and welcome to episode 15 of the Luckycast. I'm your host, DeoxysPrime, and joining me on this anime podcast, we got Funk.
Hello.
We got Frank.
What's up?
We got Collin.
Hi.
And we got Matt.
Hello.
Unfortunately, Kenny couldn't be here due to family matters.
And to be completely thorough, unfortunately, DL couldn't be here either. I don't want to
Where's
leave
DL?
He hasn't been here.
He's in, Finland? Sweden?
Netherlands.
DL's never going to be on a podcast with me. He just won't show up until I'm gone.
He hates you.
You gotta make him watch anime again.
Every time he talks to me, he's like, "Could you believe Collin last night?" Hates you.
So this is our summer 2016 wrap-up podcast, which hopefully... What's that, Funk?
You sound thrilled.
Well, I was going to say, hopefully we don't have the same kind of technical problems we had last year that Collin reminded me just before we started recording.
Oh, no.
No pressure or anything. But speaking of pressure, Collin's going to be the first one up here.
Wow.
And he's going to talk about an anime that he would not shut the fuck up about for months before it started airing. And that anime is Mob Psycho 100. So, Collin, why don't you take it away?
And let's not forget, I would not shut the fuck up about it while it was airing as well.
You want to tell them about your Skype picture escapades?
No, I'm good. I don't want to talk about how my life has been mobbed recently. I have a subscription to mob.com.
He's a mob burner.
Oh my god.
But boy, baby boy, let's get into it. But before anyone, and I know it's none of you, but before anyone anywhere tries to say that Mob Psycho 100 is a deconstruction of shonen manga, I need you to stop, find the nearest cliff, and jump.
Has anyone said that? Because I haven't seen that.
I'm sure somebody has out there.
Or
Collin just trails a lot of shitty threads looking for things to get angry about.
or just read the manga, and come back to me after you've read like Mogami and Claw Boss and tell me it's not shonen played mostly straight. Like, Mob likes, that's to say that the show, not the character. Mob likes it's shonen shit, but it likes talking things out as well. So I'm kind of eager to jump right into sort of the climax, like episode 12 with this show. Because on the previous podcast, I talked at length regarding the first half of the show, but I'm going to restrain myself. And by the way, you should certainly check out our previous Mob Psycho discussion on the summer mid-season podcast.
That's an excellent plug.
Check out the comments, too. It features more petty discussion by Collin and randos.
I can't let anything go. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna restrain myself, and I'm gonna back up, and we're gonna go to Ritsu, that part immediately after the Teru part. And I can see why some people might find this to be the most boring part of the show, but I honestly love how it deals with sort of the other side of things, with how Ritsu has everything Mob wants, and he still isn't satisfied. And he's actually kind of scared of Mob, and he feels weak and inferior to him. And while that part where they meet in the alleyway, and Mob being nice to Ritsu and not wanting to compete for psychic dominance, it's not surprising. Mm-hmm. There is something that I just love about that scene where they meet, and that's the way that Mob talks about how Ritsu used to cry as a kid when he couldn't manifest psychic powers. And with just this line, I'm smiling throughout this whole thing, by the way.
You sound like you're smiling.
Yeah. With just this line, Mob has changed from sweet little dope who can't think ill of anyone to proud older brother. And it's so easy to forget that their relationship is that of a younger brother and an older brother. And I just think that's just so like this scene and the scene where they're captured together, I think that make Mob as a character much richer. And that part where Ritsu starts crying, that shit melted me in the manga when he's just like, that's not fair to someone like me, when Mob is praising him. By the way, the flashback there was original, I think. You can tell me whether or not that helped the scene or not.
Which flashback was that specifically?
The flashback at the start of the scene where they are trapped inside the room.
Right.
Where
is that where they go bug catching?
Yeah, where they're bug catching. That's anime original. I think it
okay.
is. It's either anime original or it definitely wasn't in that arc.
Can I ask you something?
No.
About,
yes.
Wait, was no?
Yes.
Maybe I am remembering things incorrectly.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's as I tend to do. But at one point, they kind of established that throughout most of their relationship up until this point, Ritsu has been like more or less like completely resentful of his older brother. Right? And am I correct so far? Okay. My one complaint with like this I don't want to say arc, but this part of the show, is that they kind of mention that once, and then he just gets completely disarmed about that immediately with his interactions with Mob, like in the alleyway and later on. And that felt kind of weak to me. Is that something that's expanded upon in the manga?
I don't really think so. I think that there is I feel like the build up to it was well handled. But the part where I wouldn't expect there to be a major conflict with Mob.
No, I don't mean that. Like I don't want the. I'm not saying, oh man, they should have fought or anything like that. I just mean that throughout up until that point of the show, everything is surface level, looks hunky dory, and you find out that there's this kind of sinister resentfulness underlying their whole relationship. And very soon after you find that out, it's ameliorated. I just wish that they'd given that more time to breathe.
So you wish that they had developed Ritsu getting over his resentment towards Mob. That's
right.
Better.
I like the payoff of like the emotional scene they have together. It's just it comes so fast that it kind of takes a little bit of the punch away.
I don't know. I don't think it took too much of the punch away from me. Just because that I really like how easily Mob disarms him.
Right, and it's if that's what they're going for, it is quite effective.
Because he's completely unassuming to this. Because you've had all this build up to how much Ritsu has been jealous of his brother, and this has never been on his brother's mind for a second.
And it's just evident immediately.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that's what I like.
Yeah, and I can get that. I don't know. Like I said, I just wish it had a little bit more time.
I guess it's hard.
With only 12 episodes,
it's hard to continue the Ritsu arc after that, or at least like would he still feel resentment towards him, especially after the Koyama fight, which that's actually next in my notes.
We'll take it away, family.
So the Koyama fight, this was great. One specific like cell like where there's a smear. Where Mob's head gets really, really big. It might be a little too egregious, but I think it's forgivable. There he is, like he's making fun of my smears. I think it's pretty forgivable, just because when Koyama is just beating down Mob, it just looks so brutal. It's great, and it's a testament to how Mob Psycho's animation, Mob Psycho 100's animation, is more than just fluid looking with a lot of frames, because it tells you something as it's working. It's definitely it's like the best looking show besides maybe Phantom World this year. The fight towards the end between Teru, Ritsu, and the other two, the claw guys. One of them's named Sakurai. I forget the other name of the guy. it isn't good just because it looks good, but because the way everything is just frantically moving around, it really just drives home how desperate the situation has become. And I love that. The scene where Mob explodes against the illusion guy with the really long chin, it has like 2 frames of this black and white sort of flame bursting out, and it just makes the whole thing both beautiful and just terrifying to look at. And like Reagan in the last episode, he's got those like there's these 2 shots of his just hands just waving slowly through the air, and he just wipes away all the clones, and then the way he pops the soap bubbles. That's the coolest part of the episode. It's not even like the most action-packed part of the episode. That'd probably be like the show part. But the soap bubbles part is just killer. Speaking of which, I could finally... I feel okay now jumping to the climax. So they built up Reagan so well in this show.
I was just about to say, we need to talk about Reagan.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Bravo to Bones for picking all like the right omakes and putting them in just the perfect places.
So what you're saying is that Reagan's like coolness really trickled down to the audience.
Oh my god.
Wait.
Well, all right. I'm not coming back from that one. Where was I?
I got it.
There he is.
Yeah,
He got
there
it.
you go. There you go.
There we go.
So from episode 1, Reagan uses Mob's barrier to protect himself, and he stops like the ghost biker's attack. And he appears to be a powerful psychic.
Psycho.
A mob psycho.
And it's great because that just foreshadows episode 12 when he eventually saves the day. And I loved watching people's feelings on Reagan change as the show continued to air. Because he starts out appearing really sleazy. Then it's shown that he's kind of looking out for Mob when he gets into the argument with Tomei. Then it shows what a good influence he's been on Mob's life when he's fighting Teru. And then he bails Mob out of being conned by the 2 adults, showing that he's like a protective father figure for him. And then we get to see that he takes his job really seriously, and how he derides the idea of this other phony psychic taking people's money without solving their problems. Solving in air quotes. If these people are getting conned, they may as well leave satisfied. And then finally, he starts shepherding a bunch of man-children around, telling them to change their lives.
Oh my god.
It's just wonderful.
That whole
they
episode.
built up this character.
That whole episode where he's just shitting all over this entire organization and just changing their minds instantly. Like, what the fuck are you people doing?
It's so...
And then just blowing them all the fuck out. It was so good.
They definitely built up to him very well and picked the right omakes for it.
No, I don't know what that term means. What does that mean?
It just basically means like short strips that could go that are basically at the end of chapters that could take place basically anywhere. And so what Bones did is that they took them and then inserted them in between the story.
Okay, so it was like the scene where Mob's getting conned. Is that an example of that? Of an omake?
I think it is. It's been a while since I've read that first part. I think it is, but stuff like the biker one is definitely one. The one at the end with the Tsuchinoko, which looked like it was like 1-for-1 with one's style. That was an omake.
I just want to say on the last episode, the sequence where he's just part by part dismantling all these end boss characters, whatever.
Oh my god!
It's in other shows I would have called it stupid because it is just kind of like it's just too much, It's let's just over glorify this character, and it's like just 15 minutes of him just doing the same thing over and over, But it was so fun to watch. It was very cathartic.
It was earned at that point.
Yeah, earned is a good way of putting it. I really enjoyed it, but I just couldn't help myself from thinking, it's like, I hate this a lot of the time it happens. Like, it's just a showcase of how powerful one character is, even if he's, in this instance, it's not his power, but whatever. Just make him look, quote, badass. But it was great. And
he talks them to death.
Yeah, it was in line with how he's been operating throughout the entire show, which
and
which
it was when that fight is taking place, like the one before it, I've seen some criticism for Reigen's actions as like cowardly, as something like a bad mentor would encourage, and I think people who criticize that have to understand that Reigen is out of his element here. He hasn't really been seeing what's been going on, and what he sees are a bunch of adults trying to kill kids, and he doesn't want Mob to have to live the rest of his life knowing that he killed people at age 14. And a really weird one that I saw after the final episode aired was that Mob Psycho 100, because we have to say the full name. Written by One, the author of One Punch Man.
What's One's real name?
I don't know what his real name. I just know his pen name, which is One. They want to say that Mob Psycho 100 wants to have its cake and eat it too. To basically, as I say, it wants to criticize and mock action shows, but then it turns around and it acts just like them, and that's not what's going on at all.
Yeah, I didn't get that at all. This show was pretty straightforward in what it was doing.
Yeah. It's Mob is not at odds with itself. It's just an action comedy with a more adult perspective. It's a coming of age story that actually focuses on becoming an adult rather than becoming a badass. The villains are mocked not because like all shonen villains are stupid and should be mocked, but because psychic powers are just a metaphor for being, quote, special and thinking you deserve more than your lot in life as a result.
I did like that. I do like how that whole thing where psychic powers, they don't make you different from everyone. It's just an aspect of yourself that makes you like an individual. Yeah. Like there are some people, like they use like comparisons, like some people are really good at this thing, some people are really good at this thing, and some people just have psychic powers. That's just who you are.
And see, on the previous podcast, I said that Mob Psycho is very Japanese, and I think this really drives that point home. If you guys,
you can literally have psychic powers, you're still just a person in society.
Yeah. It finds a way. It finds a way to spin that message that could be a tough pill to swallow for a lot of people. It finds a way to spin that positively, even if you're looking at it from an outsider's cultural perspective. You're not special. There are 7 billion people on the earth. You don't deserve anything better than any of them.
No, I mean, that's a pretty interesting take to think about it, because it's very easy to take a message like that and have it be spun really negatively.
Yeah.
But I think Mob Psycho does a pretty good job of, while he's drilling that message into their heads, he's not necessarily saying it to talk them down. It's just saying, like, get off your high horse. Like,
that's exactly it. That's perfect, Frank. So it's just saying, it's like saying, so try to better yourself and be a good person, because
and Mob's good with that, because Mob himself, he has his credo. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's
really
fine.
Sorry.
Whatever. I'm an idiot.
So can I, while you guys are stammering and awkwardly like kissing each other, can I wildly hypothesize here?
No. Yes.
Okay. So this idea that people who might be talented or gifted are still people and no tier above anybody else. One, in his work, he both writes and illustrates his work, correct?
Yes, he does.
And he is just a horrible artist.
Yes, he is. He's gotten better, but yes, he is.
So, in my just wildest imagination of what possible meanings could be derived from this show, could there be any resentment from him towards people who might be like naturally gifted artists who are also in the same industry, and whatever attitudes they may have or may not have?
That's entirely possible.
We'll
I'm
never
sure-
know.
I'm sure one was told that his art sucked all the time. And I'm sure he knows that his art's is not good at all, but he's good at telling stories, so he did that. And they say, well, why not write a light novel? And he probably responded, because I'm not a hack.
Oh shit.
Colin.
Yes.
So one thing I did want to ask you is noticed that you did not, like, for as much as you love the show, you did not give it a 10. So I want to ask, was there anything in this show that you didn't like?
Oh, geez. I think I mulled that over a little bit. And I probably had points prepared for that. But I'm actually struggling to find stuff that I outright did not like in the show.
It would probably just be nitpicky at best, I guess.
It'd probably be fairly nitpicky. I think one can kind of moralize a little too much. In the manga, I think that came on a little bit. I mean, it's a pretty faithful adaptation, but when I was reading it in the manga, it came off a little bit stronger. So maybe it's that. Something that I think improved with the show was definitely was probably. I'm sorry to get off the topic here, because I know you want me to say something maybe I didn't really like that much, but I'm actually
that's fine.
I can't really think of anything.
I just wanted to steer the conversation, but go ahead wherever you want.
I know, it's fine. It's fine. I'm an idiot, but anyway, something that I liked that the show did over what the manga did was how they handled Teru as a character. And I'm sure there are people who have read the manga thinking, I don't really see anything different with what Teru did in the show. And there isn't, but just adding in extra body language for his character and voice acting, Teru's personality after his fight with Mob still comes on a lot stronger, whereas after his fight with Mob in the manga, his character seemed very plain. Both he and Ritsu became much plainer, and they're not very prominent after this arc, which is kind of a bummer. But here in the show, Teru's personality still came on really strong, and I enjoyed that quite a bit. Also, Mob is much cuter in the anime.
Really?
Yeah,
you gonna fuck that Mob?
No. I don't mean that. I don't mean in that way. I mean like in a teddy bear way.
I like
Okay.
I like the one scene where you see him as a little kid, and he just does a cute little nod to. You just see this glimmer in his eyes as he talks to Reagan.
Oh my god! Thank you, Matt.
Oh, here we go.
Oh my goodness! I didn't take a single note on this.
On what? The scene where
on that
Reagan...
scene, because that scene is so important because it's not from that arc.
Yeah,
Really?
I actually read about that. They did a lot of like taking things from other arcs and putting them in places where they
it's
actually fit.
Yeah, well, it fits amazingly well in the arc that it's from. But the way they did it here sets it up to show up again later and be even better. So please do a season 2 so we could get that scene again and have that expanded upon.
Kickstart that shit.
Would that actually be covered in what you imagine season 2 would cover?
Yes, it would. It would absolutely be covered in that time frame, unless season 2 has a lot of filler in it, which I doubt it would. But oh my goodness, if they do that, it would be great. And I don't want to spoil what the scene is. Well, how the scene
is that the scene where Mob dies?
Yes, that's the exact scene where Mob dies.
Oh my god!
Also, one last thing, I'm kind of bummed that they did not include the. I mean, obviously, it's great that they had the time to do all that great stuff in episode 12. But I'm kind of bummed they didn't do. Mild spoilers. Sorry, they did not do the re-election story, which is both hilarious and heartwarming. And I hope it's in season 2. If there is a season 2, please let there be a season 2. Anyway, that's just about all I have to say on Mob. Really love the work. I love how one's work really emphasizes self-improvement. I talked about that. I think I talked about this in the fall of last year about One Punch Man. I mentioned it really offhand. I was like, I think there's something about self-improvement going on here. And I think Mob makes that very clear.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just give a quick shout out before we
sure.
wrap this up? I really liked the guy who voiced Mob, and apparently this is the second role he's ever done.
Wow.
So hopefully we can see more from him in the future.
Yeah, that was great. He had great performance. The way he when Koyama is grabbing Ritsu, the way he reacted to that was perfect. He did such a great job in that scene.
All right. Anything else on Mob Psycho 100?
I wish I could find something to criticize because now I don't have an excuse to not give it a 10. And now I
think
look like a hack.
Yeah, I also gave it a 9, even though, like, I struggle to think of any reasons why I wouldn't give it a 10. I guess just the one thing is, even though I can't think of any major problems I had with it, it's just, for whatever reason, I just don't feel like it deserves a 10. There's something with it that just, it like, I guess the pacing in some places is a little weird. Like, the pacing is awkward at some points, like especially in that one episode with the, I think Collin, you actually talked about this before. People were talking about this with pacing with the what was it, the student council president, I think
so, yeah.
Where over the course of that episode we go from him being all smug and shit to like being a loser, and it just feels really, really sudden. Like, I guess stuff like that, maybe. But even then, that's being very picky.
I think in that exact case, him being a loser kind of supports the smugness from before.
Yeah.
It's like those two play into each other. Like, since he doesn't have any power in this one scenario, he grasps onto it in this other one. Like, that makes sense. Like, that I don't think that's something to be maligned.
It's something about it just felt kind of rushed, I guess. But
he also lives in squalor.
He lives in literal trash.
I did.
That's an R9K room right there.
I also. Oh yeah. Also, I really loved the last scene of the last episode and how they went full on one art style.
Yes, yeah.
That was great.
With his large-headed anatomy.
Yeah, that was really great.
Do you think they have the word anatomy in Japanese?
Maybe.
I think
you know more Japanese than me.
Well, it's just since he's never clearly heard of it, I would imagine that they don't. Heyo. Heyo.
They'd probably have trouble localizing Grey's Anatomy
tonight. You've got some zingers tonight.
I'm batting 1,000. Man, I wish Battery was next so I could just parlay that into a...
No, that's at the like next to last show, so you got a while.
All right, I'll make the same joke.
Hold on to that segue.
Yeah.
Well, next up is going to be Funk versus Frank round 1.
Oh my god!
And the show is that we're going to be talking about is Amanchu, and I'm going to let Funk introduce this.
So I don't think we talked about Amanchu on the mid-season podcast, right?
We did not.
Because why would we?
Yeah.
So just for anybody who hasn't seen it, Amanchu is just the story of basically friendship and diving. Like, it's the only two things that it's about. Like, Comfy might be something it's about, but that's more of a feel thing. Anyway, it's not a very plot-heavy show. But the thing that makes Amanchu as good as it is, which is good and not great, is both feel and atmosphere, like those kind of nebulous qualities. The Amanchu just has one of the best soundtracks I've heard in anime ever. It's not just because the music is objectively the best, but the tones that they want to hit emotionally during each episode are very well supported by the tracks that they use. And there's this one, I guess it's not the main theme, like it's not the OP, but it's remixed and redone in at least like half a dozen different ways that appear throughout the show's run. And I think if you've watched it, you know the track I'm talking about. It's quite good. But the way every time it pops up, it hits different. It's never rewritten. It's the exact same notes, but it hits different emotional levels every time you hear it, and influenced by the scene you're watching. And it just works so well for me. And then you have like the color scheme, the art, which is really great. Also works towards that kind of comfy, transient feel that they're going for. I can say a lot about the show's aesthetics. At times, the show itself can reach boring levels in a way. It doesn't have too much going on. The core of the show is the friendship between the two main characters. One being, new student, shy girl, and being goaded out of her shell by a retard. I don't really know how I'd describe this other girl. But she's outgoing and like super. Oh my god, she's super genki. And it's very sweet. While it's not always as engaging as it could be, it's extremely sweet. The fact that in diving, your diving partner is literally called your buddy, and
Shut up.
The parallel with no, it is, and the parallel is like her making a new friend. That works very well. It's kind of trite and kind of silly in how obtuse it is and how much it hits you over the head, but again, it's just got a lot of sweetness to it. This is a show that between all the feel-goodness of the story, the aesthetics, the music, and all that, it really just leaves you smiling a lot of the time. And again, the rest of the time, it leaves you kind of bored. But overall, it's a pretty pleasant show. And pleasant, I think, is the perfect word to describe it. Even when it bored me, Amanchu never offended me. I was always fine watching it. And I always wanted more. And it's got the best faces in the business.
The Muppet faces.
Every character has their own proprietary Muppet face. And you might not know what the hell a man can mean by that phrase, but check it out because it's kind of ridiculous and it works perfectly throughout the entirety of the show. A lot of the humor is just from the framing of different shots as they use the Muppet faces. Like, it's just because no matter what situation they're in, the girl who always has like a worried Muppet face will always have that worried face, and the one who's always just increasingly enthusiastic about literally everything, she'll always have this crazy expression on her face. And when you contrast that with some of the more mundane situations they're in, it always got a chuckle out of me. I liked it.
I think you could actually argue that the Muppet faces are their real faces, because I'm fairly certain they appear more often in the show than like their regular faces.
See, that's true, but the quote-unquote regular faces, since we can't establish what the norm is, they look really good. I love the art style of the show. I love the opening when it's, I forget her name, but the main character standing on the shore at the very beginning.
Teko.
Yeah.
Teko, yeah. That works.
Well, those are both her name. But it looks really good. You could
Except for the school uniforms.
Yeah, well, I mean, those are drawn well. They're just designed horribly. Yeah. But you could take the non-comedic art style of the show and produce like a pretty convincing shoujo out of it. It looks like a shoujo in how the details there. And it's the way since it was able to hit both of those art styles very well, I commend it for that. It looks good.
It does, yeah.
And yet somehow some people just hate Amanchu more than anything else. Frank gave it a 2.
I didn't give it a 2. I gave it
lower to a 1?
No! Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, so there's a lot that I really wanted to hate about Amanchu, and I couldn't find myself to hate it as much as you want me to hate it, which is a real problem for me. Because every time I watch this show, I don't know, the brand of humor with the Muppet faces and everything, it just didn't do it for me.
Yeah, but Amanchu's barely a comedy.
I realize that.
It really is.
It's a show that, I think the genre that they use for it is healing. It's like one of the flying witch shows and stuff like that. It's one of those shows that, just like you said, it's just made. Go, man. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say this is actually made by the same person who, the original manga this is based off is made up by this person who made Aria is what it's called, which is very famous for being just that very slow-paced kind of healing anime show / manga with a bunch of cute girls, and guess what? That also has Muppet faces in it as well.
Yeah,
it also has a
that's
retarded-looking cat as well.
Yeah, I don't know what was up with the cat. They drew the anus on it.
They always do in Japan.
Yeah.
I don't know what their obsession is with drawing animals' anuses, but anyway, that's
There's
that's
a
what they
payoff to
quote.
that in the second last episode.
Oh my.
In the second last episode, sorry to spoil this for people, but
Right.
just so you can look forward to it, and hopefully it'll drive you to watch the show. There's a quote, "We induced a kitten to shit," end quote episode,
Right.
and it's great.
Is it though? I mean, I don't know. Whenever it tries to get a chuckle out of me, whether it be via the Muppet faces or the Japanese humor or anything like that, I don't know. It could be
As opposed to the Muppet faces, Frank is just sitting there stone-faced watching this the whole time.
Oh yeah, right.
The thing
more or
is, though,
less.
Frank, like there's never such like a long setup
Yeah.
with a clear punchline. The jokes are always secondary, and they're almost
Right.
always followed up with like contemplative narration while great music
Right.
plays in the background.
And
Like,
that's why
if
I
you're
think
judging
it-
this show by the laughs you get, I think you're doing it wrong.
No, but I'm not judging it by the laughs I get. I'm judging it by how I feel, and most of the time it's pretty bored. I mean, it's lovely to look at most of the time, and I think that it has a lot going for it in terms of the atmosphere. Like you said, I can compare it to Non Biori, I think, like that, in terms of, the way
Oh, have you seen
the
that?
characters... What?
Have you seen that?
Yeah, I have, actually.
Oh,
with the way the
I've seen it
characters
too.
interact with this. Have you?
yeah.
Matt, have you seen Non Biori by any chance?
I saw it quite a while ago, actually.
Really?
And conveniently, I had seen it again recently.
Really?
Wow. Well,
It's amazing how that is.
Right,
Yeah.
of course.
Let's not get too off track here.
No, but I mean, via the way the characters are a part of their setting and the atmosphere works for the show, I think it does a pretty good job. And like I said, I wanted to hate it a lot more than I did, because the overall feeling that I got when I was watching the show, when I wasn't bored, I was pleasantly surprised by how nice it looked, and just in general, their interactions with one another. But for the most part, I found the Muppet faces annoying. The plot was borderline, like you said, it was never offensive, but at some points I was just like, why the fuck am I watching this? I would watch
there was a clear motivation to everything that was going on.
right.
Like, I don't, you might say, why are you watching it because you're not enjoying it that much? But you can't attribute that to the plot, because everything in the plot makes sense.
I'm not saying that because the plot was boring or anything like that. It wasn't that I didn't want to watch it. It's just something about it really didn't click for me. And I watch it on Fridays between Berserk and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, because Berserk aired at 10:30, Amanchu aired at 11:30, and JoJo aired at 12:30. So between two very different shows.
So you were just free
And-
every Friday night, huh?
Yeah, for me. And then I watched 91 Days like in the middle of the afternoon. But I don't know. I don't know if it was because of the juxtaposition or if it was just because of a fault of the show or a fault of my own. But something about it it really didn't mesh with me for some reason.
Let me give my perspective, because I do think there's a bit more going on with the show than I think you give it credit for, Frank.
Mhm.
And one thing I do think this show does exceptionally well, that a lot of shows that are like this should do, and they often fail at it if they try. And I think it really captures what it's like to be like a transfer student, like someone coming into a new environment. Like in this show's case, the main character of Teko, it does a really good job of showing how difficult it is dealing with that situation, and being shy and how difficult it is to make new friends.
I think
How-
Suritama did it a little better, honestly.
Maybe, but I also think. But here's the thing: what I do like, even on top of that, is it also kind of shows the other side. Like, it highlights how hard it is dealing with like the life that you moved away from as well.
Yeah.
Like over the course of the show, you see her a lot. She's checking her phone. She's hoping that like her old friends will message her.
Right.
Because even as like she's making her new friends, she doesn't want to let go of the old ones.
Right. She's like torn between two worlds, more or less.
Yes, yeah. and like the whole thing kind of culminates in episode 9, which was like my favorite episode of the show by far.
Is that the picture frame one?
It is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was so good.
And it starts off like I initially thought it was pretty stupid, like
the conflict.
The whole thing about like she filled up her storage. She filled up the storage limit on her phone, and she's like internally struggling with the idea of moving her older photos onto like a memory card. And you know when you describe that, it does sound a little silly.
No, but
it makes sense though, because
no, but
like
that's what I'm gonna say. The show does like a great job of putting you into her shoes and allowing you to empathize with the idea that moving these photos is basically an admission on her part that like her old life and her old friends will be gone for good. And then when you get to the end of the episode where they give her like the digital photo frame, so she does have like a more concrete way to hold on to those memories while also like allowing her to continue make new memories with her new friends. Like that's when I almost kind of lost it, because it was just such like a touching and genuinely heartfelt moment. And I think that episode really encapsulates what this show is about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Frank hates it.
No, I didn't hate it. I actually like I said before, I thought that episode was a really solid one, and I think if it had a little more moments like that, then I would have been a little more emotionally enthralled with it.
I do agree, and I do think at times the show's a little unfocused, because like it switches back and forth between this girl learning to be a diver and these kind of slice of life healing episodes,
right,
where they you get the perspective of the other characters, which can and like those are all together like in the middle of the show, and it does drag a bit. So I do wish like those two halves of the story would have been like better integrated together. So like this is not a perfect show, and that's why I gave it a 7.
I think it's a perfect 7. Like I also gave it a 7. I think it's very
that's a good way to put it.
It's just emblematic of things that I give a 7. Like it's got things I really like. It's got things that it didn't succeed at, but it's enjoyable throughout.
7 is not a bad score, no matter how many times you guys want to paint me into a bad light whenever I give a show a 7.
7 is.
I want to paint all the time. Painted my house the other day.
Well, if you hold on, there's an anime we're going to talk about later that deals with painting. So.
Oh my god.
Baby.
Oh my god. So, Steve.
Yes.
Can I get from you a "That's a go"?
Let's go. I can't not like almost turn into Mario while doing that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just I don't know exactly what episode that started in, but it quickly became one of my favorite things.
Yeah, it was pretty early, and then like it became more frequent towards the end.
Right, and it's great. Like
the sound she makes that they put as whoop in the
it's
subtitles,
like
even though it doesn't sound like whoop at all.
Yeah, I don't know why.
10 out of 10 whoops.
It was so cute.
It was. There's so many little things like that to praise the show for.
Yeah.
That I don't know how Frank can give it.
No, they didn't click with me. I'm sorry.
I am kind of surprised that it didn't, because this show and this is pretty much this season's. I think so. This season's Flying Witch.
Right. It definitely is.
It's much less boring than Flying Witch.
I would say so too. I think
there's
this
actually
is a
emotional conflict.
That's weird to me. That I thought Flying Witch was nice, and this one I wasn't really connected with as much. I do think that's strange, and I struggle to think with why I enjoyed Flying Witch so much. Well, I didn't enjoy it a lot. I gave it a 7. But I struggle to think of what Flying Witch did right as opposed to what this show did wrong.
Maybe if you had watched them in the reverse order,
maybe.
Like if the show came first.
Yeah, that could be it too.
Because I know with these like comfy slices of life shows, they like if you watch too many of them in a row, or if there's too many in a season, you can get tired of them real quick.
I disagree in the sense that I think Amanchu has a little more going on emotionally than most of these kind of shows. Like Flying Witch especially was just stagnant in its tone.
Flying Witch has absolutely no conflict whatsoever.
Exactly. Whereas Amanchu has a decent amount of emotional development and conflict. Even
It is, but like it's not consistent throughout the whole show. So
no, but it's there enough. There's enough. Like, while not every show reaches the heights of what'd you say, episode 9?
Yeah.
Earlier. There's still like a general melancholic tone that pervades a lot of the show that these other kind of healing shows never even approach. You know, you look at something like Konami's more of a straight comedy, but things more in that direction that really have one tone throughout their run.
Mm-hmm.
Amanchu is much more of a range.
That's true.
So I don't think it's fair to throw it alongside all those other shows, all these other slice of life healing shows.
Yeah, and I agree with you, but I'm also like trying. I can see Frank's perspective on it as well,
Mm-hmm.
even if he hates it.
He does.
Frank,
It's okay,
wishes
Frank.
he-
Everyone has one of those shows.
Right, like Collin has Shirobako. He hates Shirobako.
No, Collin's pretty cool on Shirobako.
Oh my god, Ring!
So Steve,
Frank, why would you
Yes.
be so mean to me about Shirobako? What the hell?
Steve, what do you say that we let's go on to the next show?
That is
Oh
a
my
good
God.
segue.
Oh my god.
Terrible.
Thank you, co-host. Well, the next show is actually was going to be one of Kenny's shows,
Oh.
but you know he bailed on us, as he often does. So I have taken upon myself to introduce New Game.
Yeah.
And New Game is a cute girls doing cute things show where, similar to Shirobako, it's about these characters working in a certain industry.
And that's where the similarities end.
It is, yeah. And like whereas Shirobako is about anime, this is about making video games, but whereas Shirobako goes like far deeper into the technical aspects and is a much better show than New Game, New Game is much more about the cute girls doing cute things. And that's not to say it's a bad show. In fact, I really enjoyed it. But you know, it's not Shirobako. There's a lot of like, if you want to talk about not being technical, like New Game is not striving for realism here. Like the show's premise
Since day one, Steve's been on this.
well, it's like the office here where these girls are making video games is filled with 100% cute girls. There are no guys working on this game.
Apparently, that's actually something that was changed from the manga. Because in the manga,
Doesn't
there are
surprise me.
guys.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me if they wanted to sell an anime. There's also the fact that the main character gets this job out of high school with
Yeah.
no experience,
Well,
which
I-
never happens.
I think that's something that might be different in Japanese society.
It could
I-
be.
It could be, but I mean, it's still pretty rare, and especially for the video game industry, which is very competitive.
I mean,
Right.
for all we know, this girl may have made some fucking did projects or something.
But she didn't though, because she has to learn the tools she needs to use
Well,
on the job.
I thought that she knew some kind of programs.
She was
and
hired
stuff.
because she's an artist and she
Yeah.
can do art.
Yeah, she
But
can do
she
art.
wasn't trained in the technical aspects that she needed to do this job.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's kind of beside the point. I don't think that's a big deal. It's just kind of funny. Just looking at it from the outside.
Mm-hmm.
But the other thing that this show does really well is that I think it's not even so much that it focuses on the video game, but it's the aspect where it captures the feeling of working in an office really well. There's an entire episode that's devoted to a character stealing someone's pudding out of the office fridge, and then everyone trying to track down who did it, which is like one of the most accurate portrayals of what happens in a real office. Because I've been there, like that shit happens in real life. So just that part of the show where a lot of the humor is revolving around just kind of office hijinks. That's the part of the show I enjoyed the most.
Oh, and changing the thermostat.
Yes. That is also a big thing. And I don't know if you guys ever actually worked in an office, but like all this shit that they show, like losing your key card or whatever when you go to the bathroom and stuff like that. Like all of it happens and it captures it really well.
I've watched The Office. Does that count?
That's a documentary, right?
Oh, well, no, it was the best anime that aired in like 2006.
Oh,
Yeah. They got a lot of cores, oddly enough. But
they
anyway,
did.
one thing I really liked about New Game, and this really surprised me given the type of show that it is, was actually the art, the animation. Like, it just looked very, very fluid at times. All the characters looked very detailed. And their eyes, they're great.
It's a Doga Kobo show, and they're kind of getting really good at this style.
They're very good with animation. They have these random and just like with Sancha Sanyo, the show had very random.
Is that them?
Yes, that was also them.
Oh, that explains a lot.
Like just to run down a few of their shows, they did Nozaki-kun, Sancha Sanyo, Umaru.
1 year ago today.
Yeah,
We
that
discussed
one.
Umaru.
That one show with a really good OP with the lolly, the brown lolly that Kenny likes. What's that show?
Oh wow, I'm drawing a blank here, but
It's like it starts with an M. Like
that
MIK,
doesn't narrow it down. But
Pause the
Mika
podcast.
Kunin Day, whatever.
Engaged the unidentified.
Yes.
And
did
you're
you say
right.
brown lolly?
What?
No,
She's not brown.
Well, she's brown haired.
Oh,
That's what I meant to say.
and that show's OP was really good.
yes, that show is amazing, OP. But yes, it has that.
So they
Same kind of
do
stuff.
really good animation.
Oh yeah, they also did Yuri, the first season.
The first two seasons,
First
yeah.
2 seasons.
So they
Yeah.
have quite the pedigree here.
Yeah,
they
Somehow
do.
I just never knew who the hell they were. But New Game is a show that I really didn't think I would like as much as I did. Like I can't point to any one thing as to what puts this above other shows that are very similar. But a lot of the humor just landed. Like the characters weren't anything special. The setting wasn't really anything special. The plots and situations weren't anything special. Oh no, hold on. Stop. Just reminded of something. Someone needs to explain this to me. Okay, in one episode, the characters go to get physicals as per their work.
Oh,
Oh
no!
my god, here we go.
And they're all just sitting around in like scrubs, just waiting for their turn to be examined. And the one girl, the main character, is like, "Oh man, I heard we get to get enemas today," and she's just like jumping around, all excited. And then some other characters, like, no, they only give those to old people. And then our character just looks extremely deflated. So what's baffling about this is, what world do people get so excited about getting enemas?
Maybe it's just that she's. I mean, considering the fact that she's 18 and kind of very childish,
She's like an experimental phase.
maybe it's just that like it's a sign of adulthood.
Yeah, she wants to feel like an adult, or it's the author's fetish.
Maybe.
Yeah.
One or the other.
But I just was watching that episode, just sitting here, and I paused it, watched it again, and I just like, yeah, I read that correctly. And I was like, what? But that aside, the various situations throughout the show aren't anything novel either. So I don't know what it is about New Game that really endeared itself to me, because another show airing this season, Konobi, I just vehemently disliked. And I don't know what the difference is between the two of them, other than I just liked one more. You know? Can anyone identify anything like really special about New Game?
It does have some legitimately heartwarming moments.
Mhm.
Like obviously there's the very last episode. There's that with there's a whole thing with the Yagami
Mhm.
kind of having her past of being a bit of a cunt as a leader without really realizing it.
You can't say that.
And I was trying to think of a better word, but that's just the first thing
I would have said hard ass, but yeah.
But yeah, like, and she gets and it actually ends up losing her whole team from like a bunch of people quit because of her, and it like really gets her down from ever even thinking about that. And then
I guess
they have
there was more character development in this, right?
There's a surprising amount of development.
Then
with
you had the
characters in
relationship
show.
between Nenechi and Umiko, I think her name is. Like their
Yeah.
relationship kind of had a little bit of an arc to it.
Yeah, like there's actual character development. It's a cute girls doing cute things show, but there's actual. They all have personalities that actually kind of develop, and you see different aspects of them. They all have a quirk, but that a lot of the comedy resonates from. But they are actual. They seem like actual people at the same time. It's not like, oh, this is the tomboy character. This is the lolly character. This is the
Shy character.
The shy character. This is
Yeah, they have those traits, but they're not utterly defined by them.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's,
Yeah, especially because like you do have the shy character, but like they stop like referencing that as the show goes on.
Yeah.
because she becomes a bit more outgoing.
development. Development.
Also, it has a great OP.
Oh my god. I talked about this before, but that ascending bass fill that appears, I believe, twice in the track as it stands in the show is so fine. It's so fine.
Would you say it blows your mind?
Yeah, every time I hear it, which is twice every time I watch the show. So that's like a very high number of average mind blowings per episode. Most shows are like at a 0.6. New Game's at like a 1.3. It's great.
Frank and Collin were above this show, apparently.
No, I
Frank
don't know.
hated it.
I didn't see it. I didn't watch New Game, so I can't say that I hated it.
Right, you watch great shows like Berserk instead.
Is that a segue, or is that...
I am
No.
just I actually reminded myself. I did like how it is kind of similar in some ways to Shirobako, to where it doesn't really glorify working in the video game industry.
Right.
It does have some realism. Like, you see like the programmers, and they're like about to fucking die.
Right,
From all
everybody's
Yeah,
like
they-
staying
they-
overnight. And...
they do definitely capture the crunch
like,
time.
Yeah, the sleep deprivation.
But it
working
doesn't
on
have any of
weekends.
those kind of like themes that.
Yeah, it's not
Shirobako-
like dramatic in the same
Right.
way that Shirobako gets.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very protective of Shirobako as much as Collin is cool on it. He's very cool on it.
Is he?
Yes, I know you said that he hates it, but he's just cool.
I did.
Yeah, but anyway,
I'm sorry for throwing around false allegations.
New Game. Oddly enough, while I enjoyed New Game a lot, well, not super much. I also gave it a 7, just like Amanchu, but it was the last show I finished, and I finished it like half an hour before we started recording this. I don't know why I put it off so long, but apparently something about it just didn't urge me to watch it more. But when I watched it, I was like, I don't know why I put this off. It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
At least you got it in under the buzzer.
I did. And...
Well, speaking of the buzzer,
I don't know where you're
anything else to
going
say?
with this.
I was gonna say, if we don't have anything else to say about New Game, we're gonna take a break.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. I thought you were somehow going to segue that into
Funk,
Amanchu.
can you give us a buzzer?
Yeah.
We'll be right back to the Luckycast.
Alrighty then.
And welcome back to the Luckycast. Frank, if you can play the customary playing of the didgeridoo.
No problem.
Oh shit! Is it time to start?
That's what that
I
sound
heard
means.
the didgeridoo and came running.
No, but on to more serious matters. Matt,
Oh no.
aren't you glad you get to talk about this next show?
Oh boy.
Stop the podcast. I want to get
Okay.
off.
Well, let's
Tell us
talk
about Orange.
Let's talk about Orange and everything it did wrong. So, Orange is basically a show about a kind of shy, socially awkward teenage girl who gets a letter from the future, basically saying, "This is me. This is you from the future, and I have regrets from the past. I'm gonna give you a bunch of advice on how to not fuck everything up." And also, but the main core of the problems and the regrets revolves around this guy named Kakeru, who back in high school kills himself.
Oh man.
And I mean, at this point, they don't. At this point, they don't actually know that he committed suicide. I think it's that they just know that he died. I
think they know that he killed himself.
no, they did, yeah. But when the future selves, like, there's a point where they're talking. They like go to his grandma, and at that point, they didn't realize it. But then when they sent the
Right.
letters, they did. Okay,
They know it. The audience doesn't know it until.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so the thing is, though, that plot doesn't really matter at all, because this is basically just your typical shoujo, only with an incredibly unlikable cast of characters.
What? Go on.
So, like, this may be like I've been watching a fair number of shoujo lately, And one thing I've noticed about these shows that every one of these shows typically should have is that they have a very strong cast of characters. Every character is very likable, they have a reason to be there, and they are just fun. I think probably the best example that I've watched recently was Kimi ni Todoke, which probably has one of the strongest cast of characters for an anime just in general that I've seen. But anyways, this show lacks that significantly, and the main couple of Naho and Kakeru may be one of the worst, utterly lacking in any chemistry relationships I've ever seen.
You know, there are 6 characters in Orange, like 6 main characters, and other than Naho, Kakeru, and Naho and Kakeru, I struggle to remember any of the other ones' names all the time.
Well, there is Cuck of the Hour, Suwa.
No, yeah, I know, but I know him as Cuck. I don't know him. Like, I don't know his actual name.
Well, I mean that's pretty much all you really need to know about him.
That's quite the coincidence, Frank. That's what we know you as.
Oh my god. But anyways,
what did we do again?
No didgeridoo.
The problems
Didgeridoo.
with the show. The problems with the show mainly come from the fact that it's just really boring. That's probably the biggest issue with the show. It's very boring and very plotting. The relationship doesn't really go anywhere. I mean, the one thing that is really obnoxious is Naho and Kakeru obviously like each other, and a big part of the show is the characters trying to get them to finally get together. And even at the point where they literally tell each other face to face that they like each other, they're just like, yo, want a date? Nah.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, that pissed me off too.
And then-
He's like,
and then,
I don't
you
want to
know,
make
it's
trouble
like-
for her, but like,
It's like, oh, but I don't want to hurt you. Lay
Yeah.
Hedgehog's dilemma.
ugh,
And
don't relate a good show to a bad show. Like
the Hedgehog's dilemma is just a
Ava
thing.
invented the hedgehog's dilemma.
Eva
no,
invented
Ava
Hedgehog's
popularized the
dilemma.
head. Fucking
Did it?
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, it also doesn't help that Kakeru is a massive fucking cock tease to Naho. To the
He
point,
really is.
he really is. Like he's constantly like wanting to hold hands with her, which gets to a really retarded moment where
That was
he literally holds out his hand to her, stares her straight in the face. She just kind of stares down at his hand, clearly asking to have her grasp it with her own hand. She just stares at him like, whoa, and then later on she talks to her friends and she's like, he stuck out his hand like this and I had no idea what was going on there. Like, what did he mean by this?
Nothing will ever top the hand-holding scene from Oremonogatari, where
Oh my god.
they hold hands and just have no idea how to walk while holding someone else's hand.
Well, that was done comedically. So
Right, but it was also brilliant. Where
It
this
was
is
brilliant.
just this
This
is
is
just dumb,
just
like
dumb.
everything in the show.
yeah.
The thing is, and Steve harped on this while the show was airing, that it's very difficult to forgive stupid decisions made by the protagonists when one of them literally has all known information possible via
Oh
this
my
feature
God.
letter.
Yeah, I remember, like, I dropped the show in 3 episodes, and I remember remarking after the first episode that, like, this is one of the most frustrating shows I've ever watched.
Oh, yeah. What's even worse is at a certain point, like, they start solving issues without needing the letters necessarily. The future is changing that the letters isn't actually making note of, making them think, oh, we're actually changing the future. We're actually stopping things that these letters predicted to happen from
Which makes
ever
fucking
happening.
sense, and why the premise is dumb to begin with.
Yeah, and they're like, we don't need these letters anymore, and it's like it's made out to be a big plot point, and literally the next episode they're right back to the fucking letters.
Yeah.
But,
it's
like,
like,
why didn't she
what-
just read the whole thing from the start?
No, yeah,
Now-
she never did. She was always like, "Oh, I've been reading
Yeah.
it one day at a time, just so I don't get like my wires crossed and everything's confused."
Yeah, and I get
It
why they...
also makes sense from the perspective that, let's say that the time travel worked a different way in the show,
Mhm.
and her actions, as they changed the future, they changed what was written in the letter, then it would make sense not to read the whole thing. But they then established that that's not how the time travel mechanics work in this show.
Right.
Yeah, and it's like,
Now-
I get why the show does that, because obviously there would be no show if she solved everything right away by reading the entire letter, but that's just bad drama.
Yeah.
It's very forced drama. And the other thing is, so let me get into the sci-fi aspect of the show.
Please do. I've been
Can
waiting
you
a
put
long
enough
time.
air quotes around that?
Yeah, like this is like, let's just make a comparison here real quick. This show, and there's a show / visual novel by the name of Steins Gate.
Right.
In Steins Gate, there's a big scene. I recently just replayed the scene in the visual novel that I got on Steam recently. There's a big scene in this novel where they go over like the 11 different theories of time travel, and it's very clearly well researched and explained thoroughly to the point where you can understand how what they mean by everything. It sounds like they actually did their homework. This show, it's like they looked at a Wikipedia article and are like, yeah, this is how time travel works.
Well,
Break that down.
there's a very obvious comparison here in that remember when Erased aired, we talked about early on, like, don't explain how the time travel works.
Oh,
You're not going to give a good explanation even if you do, and it's not relevant to the story. So this show apparently does explain how it works,
Right.
even though it should be totally unnecessary to the story.
Yeah.
Yes, and so do you want to know how apparently they sent the letters?
I would love to know.
So this is what happened. So it
Brace
shows
yourself.
a scene. It shows a scene in the future with the. First off, they never need these future scenes to begin with. They add nothing to the story,
They've
and if
ruined
anything,
the show,
I
honestly.
think
they ruined the show. They
Don't
do.
Is that when you find out how that he did end up killing himself, or does that happen?
Yeah, in the
That
future,
is.
you do find
So that's the one function that they serve.
Because
Yeah.
it's really weird because, like, every time they show the future, at least early on, they're all living happy lives and don't necessarily have a reason why they would want to fuck with the past.
Yeah, and
well.
there is
they
one
were-
moment. That is the thing that they're. So what happens? Let me just get into what happens. So
Sure.
they're having. So first off, in the show, there's a scene where, for some reason, their teacher starts talking about parallel universes, and
As teachers often do when
as
they get off
teachers
topic.
often do, and
But first,
and so they go and he's talking about oh well, you can't change the past in this universe, but you could in an alternate universe, basically. And so the adult versions of their characters, when they're in their 20s, apparently start having this they're talking about wanting to save Kakeru, and they start having this discussion about parallel universes, and then they're like, maybe we can save him in the past and change the future, and then they're like, well, we can't do that. That can't happen. But we had that discussion with that teacher, and they're like, yeah, why don't we try that? Why don't maybe we can't save him in this universe, but we can save him in another universe.
This
and
is
then
why
they're
you
like,
don't explain this shit.
and then they're like, yeah, so how do we do that? And it's like, well, we can use a black hole. I was
Yep.
like, but we
No,
can't find a
no.
black. That's not it yet. But we can't find a black hole. And then they're like, well, what about the Bermuda Triangle?
Oh my, no.
it's literally the
apparently
Bermuda
they went to the
Triangle.
fucking ocean, threw their letters in the ocean, and it actually fucking worked.
And at one point, one of the characters is like, well, they might go to the past, but how do we know it's the right time, that they get delivered to the right places, etc., etc.? And then they're just like, it'll probably work out. And then it does.
The only thing that would have been worse is if they said it'll get there if we just wish it as we throw it in.
that would be.
I mean, that's arguably better, I think, than what they
actually
did.
kind of is arguably better.
I mean, I guess that would be an
Right.
actual explanation. but-
because it's just the thing with the Bermuda Triangle though is that it isn't the whole thing about that people who go there also vanish.
Yes.
So that doesn't even make any sense. If that is an actual thing that happens, then when
That would have been
it doesn't
mildly
even- it doesn't-
interesting if they were also back.
Sent back.
yeah,
Yeah.
but it doesn't even make sense in the context of what the Bermuda Triangle actually fucking is.
Right?
Yeah,
it's
and
like-
as soon as you start to explain this shit, you become a time travel show. In which case, you can't fuck up the elements of the time travel.
Yeah.
If they had just stuck with she got a letter from the future, that's a premise that you don't necessarily need to explain.
Yeah.
You just accept it on faith because otherwise there's no show.
What's also really dumb is that at a certain point, it's revealed that every character gets a letter from the future, which for some reason they didn't all get together and just say, yo, we got this really suspicious letter. We should probably talk about this. Like, it takes them months to actually...
Wait, they all had letters at the exact same time?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Well, I mean, it's established that they send them back at the same time. So that's not...
Yes.
That's not the most...
No, the problem is that they waited a very, very long time before they all came out and said we got letters.
To be fair, and it pains me to make these kind of concessions, but I can kind of buy that if you can't just go around telling people you got a letter from the future without looking insane.
Yeah, but like all it takes is one person to slip up.
Right, and it's not like slipping up. It's just
But if they accidentally mention something,
right?
It would include someone else in.
They do end up coming together and sharing their letters with each other.
Right.
So it's not like it never happens. It just
The thing is, though, they could have.
I can kind of buy that.
They could have easily showed that it's true by just showing that the letters predicted the right things.
Yeah, no,
but,
it's not perfect, but that's not where I'm picking my battles of this show.
Yeah, it's oh my god, it's just so stupid how these the decision making of the characters in the show is so fucking retarded.
Yeah, it's the only reason drama happens is because people make dumb decisions.
Yeah,
that is like real life though.
Also,
but fiction doesn't have to be real life. That's why it's fiction.
Another thing that pissed me off about this show that I'm not sure if anybody else would agree, but so there's a whole thing about the thing with Kakeru. The reason why he actually kills himself is super depressed and shit is because his mom actually passes away. His mom.
Well, no, his mom kills herself.
Yeah, his mom kills herself, and he gets really mad. He gets really sad about it because he feels like it's his fault because he thinks the reason why she did is because he went off with his friends when she asked him to be with them, and she's kind of she's shown as super controlling, making decisions for him without his input first. He says that he doesn't need to join a club anymore at the next school he transfers into, and so she just throws out his soccer shit without even telling him. And she's like, well, you don't need it anymore. And she clearly has issues. But later on in the show, what actually triggers him to finally go through with it, which, by the way, despite everything that they do to try to stop him from killing himself, there's only really one thing that ever makes him finally want to go through with it. So everything that happens in the show really doesn't matter at all. It's just this one thing that matters, and it's that he finds his mom's phone with a text in it, an unsent text.
Right. Because the way that his mom kills himself is that he's out with his friends. He makes the decision to go out with his friends instead of coming to go with his mom to the hospital.
Yeah.
And he texts her I'm not a kid anymore. Stop texting me to come with you to the hospital, whatever. And he never gets a text back. And
he actually tells her to grow up as well. So
then he finds what would have been her reply to that, I don't know, a year after, some amount of time afterwards.
A few months at least.
Yeah. And it's an emotional thing, and the contents of the text expand on her character, the reason that she was so controlling in the past, and it's a heartfelt thing, she was trying to protect him from various things that were going on in his life at the time. And I liked that. I don't know about you. You sound like you were skeptical of it. I like that. The problem I had
with it is that it felt like backtracking, and it felt like they tried. I thought it was actually really interesting to have a parent who is kind of an asshole to her kid, and
can anyone here relate to that?
Watch your line, April,
and have that kind of really off relationship that would actually cause their kid to act like that, to get depressed and be really down on themselves, and they just backtrack completely on that and are like, nope, mom did nothing wrong, she was perfect in every way. And it's wow, just fuck you. Just fuck you. You had something going here that was actually interesting, and then you just completely backtrack on it.
The thing is, though, I don't think it establishes that she's perfect in every way. Just that she was making bad decisions with good intentions.
Yeah, it feels forced.
I don't know. It felt natural to me because you never see the way that his mom actually interacts with him. You just hear his impression of things after the fact.
There's like a flashback where she talks to him and the way that it's presented makes her out to seem like really kind of creepy and condescending to him. Like where she's like, "Yeah, I just threw out your fucking soccer cleats."
Right.
Yeah, and I think
it's always from his perspective.
I guess so.
I think one of the scenes in the future, the grandmother makes a reference to the fact that the mother wasn't doing well mentally either.
Yeah.
Which would explain why she was making such flawed decisions.
And
Right.
also
Was for his
the
good.
tone of her text as well that she sends him, where she's like, "Get back home right now," like is what it says, and it's like that's not the tone of a mother who actually cares about her kid.
This is also somebody who kills herself not long after.
Yeah,
So,
I know.
Yeah.
I just didn't really like that, and also
I thought that was a touching scene touching in a way that he then goes on to try and kill himself.
It was an emotionally resonant scene.
Yes, it was very resonant when he finds the.
all I know is when that happened, I was just sitting very frustrated,
Stone-faced.
Yeah, and I don't know. I didn't like that very much. I also didn't like how how like literally nothing mattered. I also didn't like how episode 9 looked like absolute fucking
Oh
garbage.
my fucking god, that was disgusting. That was disgustingly bad.
Even like Konosuba is fucking KyoAni compared to episode 9 of that. Like Jesus.
Now, Orange was never a very, visually intensive show. But around episode 8, it basically started to devolve into, still shots of landscapes for most of it. And then 9 was just fucking... I don't know what they were thinking.
9 looked like a third grader drew a lot of the characters.
But it's so terrible, because it's like, as the show goes on, you can literally see, the animation quality starting to deteriorate.
It starts turning... What's... Oh, there's another Shirobako comparison. What's that show from Shirobako that...
Jiggly Heaven?
Jiggly Heaven. Yeah. This legitimately starts going into Jiggly Heaven territory. Like the characters are just kind of melting.
Yeah, no, it's bad. It's actually awful.
Characters are melting. They're off model. Their heights are never the same. It's bad.
But there are still some good shots of that episode too, though, which is a shame.
Thing. There's some good, really, really good looking detailed shots too. And then you get to the festival at the school,
right,
where all the boys for some reason just happen to take their shirts off, which was really weird and awkward. But
or when they're running the race,
yeah.
Man,
yeah, I don't think that actually happens, especially not in Japanese schools.
No.
But
the thing they do with the pole, I'll never understand that. I know it's like a Japanese thing, but I will never get it.
I did want to ask Frank. Frank, I saw you're reading the manga, aren't you?
I was reading the manga.
Yeah, because I like even after episode 1, a lot of people saying this was a very bad adaptation. So.
Right, that's what I was thinking. That's what I kept hearing. I kept hearing the manga's better. So I decided to give the manga a shot. And while I thought the pacing in the manga felt a little more like what they were trying to go for, it still was really drawn out. Like I didn't finish it. I only got to chapter 11 or 12 or so, and I do think that the pacing works better for a manga, and I think that especially towards the end, a manga kind of pacing would probably work a lot better for it. But it still has a lot of the flaws, especially in terms of the plot structure and whatnot. So, I mean, I don't know exactly how much the manga is supposed to fix. It's still got pretty much all of the flaws that the anime has, and then some. So, I don't know. The art was nice, at least in the manga, but it fell into a lot of the same pitfalls.
Yeah, I just don't think I can ever get over the idea of a couple, a wife going up to their husband and being like, "So yeah, I regret a lot of stuff from high school. Remember that guy who killed himself? Why don't we send a letter to like the past and make it so that we're not married, our child doesn't exist, and that I'm with him instead.
Like that's the worst. Like if she
And then
didn't have a child, I could buy it a little
Oh
more.
yeah,
Right.
that's what makes it so bad. It's like
Yeah.
what is wrong with you? And then
He,
this guy, he's just
but
like,
he
okay,
goes along
sure.
with it too. He
just
totally
goes
goes
along?
along with it. Yeah.
Well,
Like this
I mean,
this
he
guy.
was always a
feels-
cuck.
I feel so sorry for this guy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, let's reconsider this. So it's the way the show works is on parallel universes.
Right.
So they go and send that letter,
Uh-huh.
and their universe doesn't change. So he
Right.
lives out the rest of his life raising this child with his wife, just thinking that he was second best.
Right.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah.
much. Like
And
Not to matter. That's making a lot of assumptions about how time travel works. Like I know they set that up in the show, but they have like the professor obviously would have no way to know how that
Right.
works.
I know.
And even then, you're like, what does he gain from changing the past of an alternate universe?
Exactly. Which
well, that's the whole plot of Unlimited Blade Works, isn't it?
I guess
I
it's
don't know,
the
is
idea
it?
that even though it's like they want to create a universe where Kakeru is happy,
Right.
Yeah, but like
but
Hey,
if
wait,
if there's like an infinite number of parallel universes, there's bound
Yeah.
to be at least one.
Yeah, I know.
But
And
they
it's-
feel like they have agency by doing this. I guess. I don't know.
yeah, I guess so. It's
Hey,
dumb.
since they're in Japan, do they have agency?
Ah!
Can
We need to end this soon.
can we at least agree that Hagita and the Genki girl are the best characters?
Yeah, well, actually, I wanted to comment on this. Way back at the beginning of the discussion, you were talking about how shit the characters were. I liked the dynamic that their whole group had. I thought that they were very believable as a group
They were
of
very
high school
believable.
friends.
As a
Eh.
group of friends, they were very believable. The problem is that individually, there was no character to like.
I don't like. I said, I
Especially-
don't remember any of their names.
Remember Tukako? Remember the
Who?
girl with the long black hair that never talked?
I do, actually, is the thing.
I don't remember her at all. I don't remember a single line that she said.
Well, she stood up to the bitchy girlfriend, right?
Yeah.
She did.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
like the only thing she did.
Well,
in the entire show.
ex-girlfriend, Frank.
Yeah, yeah.
I did like the dynamic between Hagita and Azusa, though. Like they were fun. They should just.
Were they
fuck
together in the future?
No, I don't think so.
Well, the show
It may have
sucks.
been-
0 out of
It may have
10.
been implied. I don't know, but yeah, this show is not good.
Not good.
Not
Glad I
good.
bailed out early.
It's a not good out of 10.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Steve,
And the ending was like 40 minutes long too.
Oh my god, can we talk about that? That was
Yeah.
that was miserable.
37
Like,
minutes.
I just sat there watching it and like, why isn't it over yet? This is amazing.
And there's a movie too coming out too.
Yeah,
it's
it
a
covers
recap
Suma's
/
perspective.
sequel, the best kind.
Oh my god.
It's a recap with like an.
It's from a different character's perspective, right?
Sewer.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's from the Cox perspective. Okay.
You just laugh at your own joke.
No. Yeah, I get it.
I'll allow it.
Who would do that?
You.
Hmm?
Hmm? Anyway, moving on.
We never speak about Orange again.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
I think we'll all forget about it in a day's time, and then we'll.
Orange
Sure,
You
we know that
Led,
we
we're not going
wasted
to talk about it on the end of the year podcast.
In a parallel universe, this was a good anime.
It could have been. I think. I think it had a lot of potential, but I don't know. Around the time when they started explaining the time travel, it was just like
yeah.
that was really bad.
Okay, well, it's, the opposite of bad would be Shokugeki no Soma.
Or good.
Ooh,
It's actually the opposite of
Wow,
that.
that was a crampy segue.
Welcome back, Colin.
Hi.
Listen, I try.
Didn't
I
even
try my best.
brush.
Now Colin gets to talk and I get to be quiet.
You could have watched Soma, you
I could
rat.
have.
And you didn't.
He'll get to it someday.
I will before the end of the year.
Once he's watched every shoujo ever made.
After I finish my Kiarani roundup here.
You're gonna love it. You're gonna like the
watch
way
my
it
girl
looks.
shows.
So who's fielding Soma here? Is that you?
That is me, yeah. And this... Okay, so this was the second season of Soma. Was it subtitled like The Second Plate? Or
Oh my
English
god,
or something?
the best subtitle.
That's pretty
Nino
good.
Sara.
And longtime listeners of the podcast may remember I gave Shokugeki no Soma the first season my coveted anime of the year for last year. So I was very excited for the sequel, which literally picks up where the last season left off in the middle of a big tournament arc.
It's the big game.
The big game. So a large portion of the second season was devoted to completing that arc, as well as a small mini arc that filled out the last 3 episodes, I believe it was. And, if you, like me, loved or enjoyed the first season of Soma, you're probably going to enjoy the second season as well, because it was pretty much the same in terms of quality and enjoyment from my perspective. I really liked this autumn elections arc. And I remember Collin posted in the CT about this a while ago, how, even when a lot of the episodes are pretty much the same in terms of format and structure, the show does a really good job of keeping you invested and interested, and it's almost always visually interesting the way they present these food battles, food wars, if you will. And I don't know, what did you guys think of this arc overall? Because the tournament arc? Yes, because when it comes to dissecting the season, it's hard to really judge it as its own show, because it is a complete continuation of what was there before. It's just they cut the manga story in half because they couldn't go past 24 episodes in the first season. I do think this show would be one of the better ones if it just had run continuously. It's a little frustrating when it gets chopped up in this way, but I mean that's just kind of how anime is made, and I think you kind of have to accept that to a bit. But considering 2/3 or more of this season was about the autumn's elections arc, I would like to hear what you guys thought of that in general.
So I really liked the format of the first 2/3 or 3/4 of the show, whatever it ended up being, this arc. It had a nice pace to it. Every battle was 1.5 episodes. It always had, each episode had a good arc and such that you knew exactly what to expect, but they all played out differently enough to prevent it from getting boring. And they just did a really good job of matching the various contestants in ways that, gave a bit of a rivalry to it. There was always something at stake, even more so than just advancing to the next round of the competition. That helped me get invested in it. Then it took it to the next level with Italia, I forget his name. What was his name?
Takumi.
Yes, Aldini. Yeah. His battle in particular obviously had a little more going on for it than say Megumi and Ryo. But
it harks back to the first season, because I think what the show is really good at is it knows when to use a Shokugeki.
Right.
I remember before the episode aired, I was thinking it's been a while in terms of the show's timeline since we had one. We're probably due for one.
And then they threw it down.
And they threw 2 in a row, and it felt justified.
I wish the writers, the writer of Shokugeki no Soma could go on to write professional wrestling, because I think that they would do a very good job with that.
It does.
There's many times throughout both of the cores, or I guess seasons at this point, where, and I say this a lot because it's such a great moment for me, where you just scream because it's so intense and exciting. It's just cooking, but it's fantastic. And I love the little, I don't want to call them visual metaphors because they're always explained, but just the way that they conceptualize the different matchups going on. At one point, they likened it to a card game, like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Or something.
It's every episode you have to remind yourself that this is a cooking
when they were doing the finals, they talked about how the fish were like swords that the characters are using, and they represented those in a different way. Those little ways gave a lot of identity to the different matchups that we saw, even if they were, on a structural basis, identical to one another. So I really appreciated that, and I just enjoyed it thoroughly. I have, I take umbrage with the last quarter of the show, but I'll leave that to when we get to that arc. What the rest of y'all think about the tournament section?
Yeah, how about you, Collin?
Oh, not
let's give Collin the time to talk.
Yes, I still enjoyed Shokugeki. no Soma in its second season. I mentioned on the Year in Review podcast that this sort of arc with having the cooking just like one cook off after another, it can become derivative and it can become a bit of a slog. And they did a good job of making each character conflict feel different, and I enjoyed that. But yeah, some of the moment to moment cooking and then talking about the results of the cooking could become a little bit of a slog for me. I still enjoyed it, like, because I like tournament arcs. I know a lot of people don't. But anytime I've watched quite a bit. Anytime an action show does a tournament arc, I actually get really hyped for those.
It is pretty exciting. I do agree with you there.
Yeah, tournament arcs are just a great. They're an easy way to do it. It's true, but it's just a great way to have a bunch of great character conflicts one after another. And see lots of good resolutions to them.
And there are a lot of shows that do it and fuck it up.
Yes.
So
yeah.
it's good to appreciate the ones that do it right.
Yeah, I want to say that although I really like Souma going up against Giga Nigga,
one of the many
like,
Subarus that aired this season.
Yeah, I feel like after that point, they're still talking about how Souma isn't respected at all by the student body. I'm not sure I quite buy that. Like, he's had so many resounding victories.
But I don't know if they've all been in the public eye, though.
I talk about how, like, every time they're like Souma, you can't do that, you diner boy. You can't come in here with your diner food.
He's not sophisticated like the rest of us.
But see, Collin, I think it's because this is the first time in the story that there is a major place where Souma can show to the entire school that he belongs there. Because from the very beginning, they don't think he belongs there. And even if he's won some battles, some public, some not, I think in the eyes of the school, he would still need to prove himself here to gain their respect. So it feels like when you get to the end and they do respect him, it feels like a good culmination of everything in the story thus far.
Okay. All right, Steve.
Oh, no counter?
Whoa.
So for a bit of back and forth here.
Whoa there.
What do you think this is? A fucking podcast?
Whoa, Steve. No, I was hoping for a response like that.
Well, at the same
It was all
time,
part of the plan.
How many of the Shokugekis did he lose that were in public? Because he lost the one at the camp, which was private.
He lost the one to his dad, which was private.
Which was also private, right?
And he
the
won,
one
he won his two public ones.
The high-profile one against Nakiri.
Yes.
Which, everyone was expecting him to get blown out. I don't know. I can kind of see where Cullen's coming from.
Yeah, but I mean, Nakiri was still like kind of a lackey at that point.
Right. And she
still kind of is, but
yeah.
I do like how she became like very integrated with the other girls in the show.
Well, she's now just Souma's lackey.
Yeah, and that's kind of an issue with a lot of shonen stuff where they just keep introducing character after character to carry a certain plot point, and once that's resolved, they just become sidelined.
Yeah, but there was a moment in the show that I really liked when Souma was trying to figure out his dish, where he went to a bunch of the side characters and got their help. So it was nice. At least there was that one moment to call back to someone.
Hisako was used very well.
Yes,
in the last arc. Also, the glasses guy just having the shot of his broken glasses during the montage was amazing. That was great.
Is he our guy?
Did you say is he our guy?
Yeah,
he is. Dare I say, our guy.
All right, so Funk, what was your issue with the end of the show?
Yeah, so I want to say that if they released like a short core like a 4-episode core of this portion of the show, I'd be in love with it. I think those episodes taken alone were great. They represent like a huge advancement for Souma's character. Maybe not huge, but good amount of advancement. And they serve a purpose, definitely. But when you have like 8 episodes all dedicated to this one very set structure of the tournament arc, the show feels like it reaches a climax, utterly stops, and then starts going again. Like, it's just a big upset in my expectations for the pacing of the season that it felt really jarring. And once you get into the swing of things, you're like, okay, now I'm preparing for the climax of this arc, and it's fine, it's good. Like, I still really liked it. It's just, I wish that they could have given this more time, or given the other arc more time, such that this would begin the next season, should there be one. It just felt like an afterthought when it's more important than that.
Yeah, and I
do. How many episodes is that latter part of the arc? Like right into the tournament arc. Tournament
it's 3 episodes.
10, right?
And the thing is, I think that they could have expanded this. I would, and I mentioned this to you guys before. I really would have enjoyed it seeing some of the more periphery characters in their own. What is the name of that curriculum that they're doing? In their own meme. Because you see like these little peep-ins and just like short scenes or just still images, and it's like they're kind of interesting. I'd like to see how Pooh and the Lou, invigorates this kind of plant of just making processed food or whatever. They each character had their own foil in the places they were placed into, and it's like that's mildly interesting. You can't get too much out of that, but I would have liked to seen a little more.
Okay,
yeah, I would also
wait a minute. Okay, why exactly were Bert and Ernie still together when everyone had separated at that point from their partners?
Because together they are one character. Like they don't have enough to be their own.
I would be interested, Funk, whether it was like that in the manga and they just adapted it faithfully, or whether they kind of had to skip stuff to fit it in with the limited amount of episodes they have. I don't know the answer to that. I do agree, like, it would have been... Because, like, when you go back to earlier in the show, they did make time for the other characters.
Right.
And that is something that happens a lot, as Collin mentioned, with shonen anime, is characters kind of get shuttled to the side and the main characters take more prominence.
Can I just say, an episode, just at least one episode, of Takumi and Megumi working in a maid cafe would have been enough. Like, that's all I could have asked for. That sounds like the cutest thing.
Wait a minute. That wasn't Megumi.
Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
Back your ass up, boy. Back your ass up, boy.
He had the braids and everything.
Look, Megumi's partner was Erina.
Yeah, the one who was working with Takumi was the announcer girl who announced the tournament.
This actually explains a lot, because they then show Megumi in the traditional Japanese restaurant, right?
You just want more Megumi.
Well, obviously. But I was like, why are they showing her in 2 different places? This is very confusing. But now that explains
blue
that.
hair and one doesn't.
They both have blue hair!
Get the hell out of here!
They both have it! Look, it's a fucking anime, by the way. The blue hair, it's actually black hair. They just hate putting black hair on anime.
No, that's a lie. I refuse to believe that.
No, it's true.
If you look on the character profile, it'll probably say hair blue.
Find the one that says hair black.
It does not, actually. I'm looking at it right now.
It depends. Some do that and some don't, and the ones that don't fucking annoy me.
Regardless, the real draw to that is Takumi.
It's always
which
weird.
would have been great.
It's always weird when they show their parents and they also have blue hair, and then it kind of hits you that this is supposed to be genetics. It's supposed to be hereditary.
Man, I fucking hate anime.
What the fuck?
Anyway, wait. There's one last thing. That I really liked about how this arc ended, because it ends. I just joked about Souma always doing his diner foodman stuff, and it ends with Souma making a fancy pants dish.
Yeah. It feels like Soma's arc in general throughout the course of the entire show has been handled really well.
Yeah. And that's what's so engaging about it.
I'm thinking about reading the manga now, just because I don't know if there's going to be a 3rd season, and the manga art looks gorgeous.
Yeah, I've heard people say like it goes really downhill in later arcs, which is I was really disappointed to hear that. Like I saw one person say like I stopped watching the second season because I know how bad the manga gets later on. Well, that really depressed me.
Maybe I'll get back to you because Souma is just too handsome in the manga for me to not want to read it.
Frank, did you want to add anything before we move on?
No, honestly, I think you guys pretty much hit the nail on the head with everything I could have said. I mean, I did think that it was definitely very jarring that they decided to just have these 3 episodes where they veered off into additional territory, where they easily, I think they easily could have fleshed out a little more if they had focused a little more on some of the other characters. I know that there isn't as much source material and whatnot, and I know that filler in a 13-episode anime would probably be a little bit, but I just think it's weird that you have this tournament arc end, and it's like, wait a second, we have 3 more episodes left. What the fuck are we gonna do? And they get out, and then it's still fine. It's a fine show, but it definitely doesn't stand alone, like you guys said before. It definitely just feels like a continuation of the prior. Which
I don't know where the show would have ended if it had gone 2 cours, but I remember when they announced it was only 13 episodes, I was really disappointed because I was expecting it to be as long as the first season.
Because it's like, you end off the first season on that note, and it's like, holy shit, like, you're really hyped for what's coming up. And unfortunately, where that's going is only 10 episodes, and it's like, wait, what? So, I don't know, it's weird, but I still very much enjoyed it. I binged through the first season of Souma to watch this season after, seeing all this shit with the brush and JoJo.
The brush!
Yeah.
Oversized Shokugeki brush.
It's so good! Yeah, I'm sorry, not my time.
Yeah, you know what? Frank can't even think for himself at all, and I bet that if you gave him an anime to do an intro for, Steve, he'd blow it.
Oh,
no, stop.
Rewind.
No, go ahead, fine.
Rewrite?
Well, it's funny you mention that, Collin. Because Mr. Oswald is next up on the list here.
Oh, baby.
With a show that only he watched because everyone else is smart enough to avoid it like the fucking plague.
You guys actually did a really good job on avoiding this show. But
the thing is, like, I was before it aired, and people knew what had happened with this new Berserk anime. Yeah. Like, I was maybe interested in going to watch the original series. I didn't know if it was required or not, so I just didn't bother. And then once this new anime aired, and it was fucking garbage,
yeah,
I avoided it at all costs. But Frank, you get to tell us how it's garbage.
Okay, so I mean, first off, like you said, I also originally didn't know what the hell this was going to be. I didn't know if it was going to be a sequel or if it was going to pick off from where the original anime left off or if the first one was required viewing. So when this one was announced, I was like, oh man, this is another really classic show getting the JoJo treatment where, we go back to...
It all comes
stop
back
to JoJo. Stop with the face. No, shut up. Okay, so... the original Berserk is, it's a classic. A lot of people very highly regard it. And, as you may or may not know, they recently made 3 movies that adapt the original anime's arc, which is the Golden Age arc. But in the manga, there's an arc that comes before that. Even though, Golden Age is the first chronologically, there's an arc that comes before that called the Black Swordsman arc that kind of leads into it. And this anime, this 2016 Berserk anime, adapts the Black Swordsman arc. So this is an arc that was never adapted into anime before. So I was like,
wait,
okay.
When is the Guts raped arc?
That's in Golden Age.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that happens early.
What, like the song?
What?
Keep going, Frank.
No, so that happens early. So this arc adapts the initial chapters of the manga and then goes on to a little bit after where the original anime was. So I was like, okay, I might as well watch the original. And the original is pretty good. It's made by Oriental Light and Magic, which you may know made the original Pokemon anime. But
they still make the Pokemon
that's
anime.
offensive to say.
Yeah.
It's Asian.
Shut.
It's okay when they say it.
Right, yeah. No, I mean, Oriental Studies is still a thing anyway.
Jesus Christ, you said it again!
What do you want from me?
Next he's going to tell us he's been on the Orient Express.
Oh my god. The Murder on the Orient Express? So, this anime much like, well, worse than the movies, because the movies was made with more of a blend of traditional animation with CGI, whereas this anime leans a little more heavily towards the CGI, and it's fucking garbage. It looks atrocious. The directing is awful. The quote unquote camera angles during the fights are abysmal. Like the way they're directed is just terrible.
Don't
The
forget
sound.
clang.
Yeah. I was just gonna say the sound direction. Like he unsheathes his sword and it clangs, and it's bad. It's legitimately bad. And so if you don't know the plot of Berserk, I mean, it's basically just there's this one guy, Guts, and his life is pretty much the shittiest life that you could possibly imagine. He befriends this guy Griffith. This guy Griffith becomes a demon, rapes his girlfriend. His girlfriend literally goes insane from getting raped. And he basically just goes off on this crusade to find Griffith. He gets branded, and this brand basically attracts demons to him wherever he goes. So wherever he walks, demons are bound to follow him. And one such demon that I will get into now is the rape horse. So
You were at my side all along.
so Guts befriends this girl along the way.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he befriends the rape horse.
No, he does not befriend the rape. No,
Is this
so
the rape
his
horse
trusty
section of the
steed.
podcast?
so he's basically forced to escort this girl along the way. By the way, the manga takes a lot of liberties with this. The anime doesn't really it kind of just takes bits and pieces around. Like how Collin was saying the omakes in in Mob Psycho, where all put in in very nice points. This one just picks and chooses parts of the manga to adapt into anime, and as a result, it's a bit of a plus about characters are introduced earlier than they should be. He meets Puck very early on, as well he should, but so anyway, back to the rape horse. So he's forced to escort.
Meanwhile, back at the rape horse.
Right.
First.
So these demons are basically following him, and this one demon basically has a crush on this girl and wants to rape her. So he ends up possessing the horse that they've been following on, and attempts to rape this girl in the body of the horse. But Guts kills the horse regrettably before he's able to rape this girl. So
So how large is
Wait, what's the regrettable part about this? Is it the horse dying or the rape not happening?
Well, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, they killed off a great character.
I'll leave that up to audience interpretation. There's also anime only episodes of this, the rape horse is not anime. So the pacing overall is just really off. But the problem with it is that the writing is still Berserk. So you can't entirely hate it because it's just Berserk. So if you're a fan of the original series, if you like the manga or anything like that, like you know what you're getting here in terms of the story and the dialogue, which can be a little bit hammy at times. But I don't know if that's a sub problem or an issue with the manga that I read. But you know what you're getting here in terms of the writing. It's just the directing and the visuals just fall flat in pretty much every regard. So, and the question that I wanted to pose to you guys is, Berserk is obviously a really beloved franchise, right? A lot of people, not just the Japanese people, but especially in the West, they really, really love Berserk. And I'm going to compare it to JoJo again here, but JoJo, just shut up. Just let me talk, okay? So JoJo recently got a revival, right? And it's this new anime is the first time it came westward. It's the first actual anime that it got, because previously all it had was OVAs and a movie that they made of part 1 that actually never made it to DVD, even in Japan. It was that bad. So the 2012 adaptation was the first time that a lot of Westerners got to experience JoJo, and it became this huge phenomenon. And Berserk is obviously really big worldwide, so you would think that it would get a worthwhile adaptation, much like JoJo did. And I don't know.
Wait, JoJo has a worthwhile adaptation?
Yeah, it's great. Actually, it's phenomenal.
Are you sure it's not garbage?
No, it's a 10 out of 10 on all counts. So, but what I wanted to ask was, what made them think that making a CGI anime like this for such a huge franchise was a good idea? And apparently, it did well enough that it got a second season. Like,
it's cheaper, right?
It is, but you would think that Berserk is.
Well, no.
It's
well,
not?
I'm not sure how it is in Japan, but typically, if you're going to have, or at least put in the quality for CGI that's more than just like background stuff, that's going to be more expensive than traditional animation, because the requirements to become a CGI animator requires a lot more schooling.
Right.
So the
do they get
paycheck,
paid more?
yeah, the paycheck is higher. At least that's how it is here in West. Like something like Young Justice cost about $10 million per season, whereas Green Lantern in the animated series cost 20.
Wow. But like, yeah, I mean, I know that JoJo obviously
It's
makes a
always
lot
Young
of money
Justice.
off,
You
figures.
wanted you listen. Do you not, or do you understand the comparison?
Collin, I don't understand anything.
You get out of my face.
Not even the concept of love?
No, that I have a pretty good
Sorry
handle
about the
on,
Jet
but Young
Set Radio
Justice is a little
references?
outside of my scope.
Frank, I don't like. I feel like they did the movies in the same style of animation,
Right,
correct?
but
So like I think they tried it as an experiment and they liked it,
right.
so they just kept at it.
Oh, and but from my understanding, a lot of people didn't really like the movies. Like, I mean, they're definitely not as well regarded as the original series is.
I think I've heard that some people say that while it's not great looking, like they're fine, but
I mean, I've watched the
But the
movies.
show-
They're not awful.
yeah, like the show is just absolute shit.
Well, I mean, the movies are actually, they have solid direction, and the fight scenes all don't look that bad. Especially in the third movie, I think it takes a significant jump up. But the first one's pretty bad. Overall, though, I don't think it's terrible. So I don't know what prompted them to make such a drastic shift from the movies to this, because it's not just the animation that's bad. If it was just CG, I can kind of forgive that if it still looks okay. Especially if you're blending it with the traditional animation, which they did a lot in the movies, but they don't do as much here. It just looks bad. It sounds bad.
Yeah.
Maybe then, like, do you think that taking that filter off of having traditional animation, like, does not compensate for how bad the CGI is?
Yeah, the CGI is like, it's really bad.
Yeah. So like, but like, if the movies were done without that, they would probably look as terrible, right?
Probably.
So I think, like, maybe they had a situation where they made all these assets to do the movies, and they just could reuse the assets to make the series. Because, like, with computer animation, you don't have to draw something over and over. You just have to make an asset, and you can just reuse that asset as much as you want.
Yeah,
Jimmy
that
Neutron makes that very clear.
I mean,
if anybody watched that.
Glad we can reference Jimmy Neutron on our anime podcast.
It's amazing how much they reuse like the same models in really random ways in that show.
So Matt, how would you rate Jimmy Neutron out of 10?
If we're talking about just the movie, I would say it's like a solid 7.
And the series?
The series itself, I'm not sure. It's been a long time since I last saw it. I know I wasn't really super into it when I was a kid when I watched Jimmy Neutron. But I don't think it never really seemed that bad. I do know there's a one infamous shot where Jimmy's kind of being bullied and his hair glitches through just kind of clips through a locker. But yeah, I would say it's maybe like a 6.
Okay, so is Jimmy Neutron the anime the season?
Perhaps.
What's that? I hear the didgeridoo. Does that signal a break?
Well, all I want to say is that Frank was the only one among us who had the guts to watch Berserk. So.
Oh my god!
I followed it. I did follow threads of it. The only thing I know about this show are Puck moving at incredibly high speeds.
Yeah.
And swiggity swoogie, I'm coming for that booty.
This whole fucking conversation was just a setup for that one joke. And Funk was the only one who knew. None of us were in on it.
You're all just pawns in my game.
Apparently. And anyway, the didgeridoo of justice symbolizes the break, so we're taking a break.
Okay.
We need to collect ourselves. We'll be right back. Welcome back once again to the Luckycast. Collin, can you give us a train whistle of sincerity? And we're off.
Wait, was that the train whistle?
It was.
Oh my god, I wasn't ready.
Oh no, you missed the train.
Wait, are we recording?
We are recording.
Oh my god, I need it back just in time.
Well, Collin,
Oh.
you're the conductor for the next show discussion.
Oh my god.
This is why he's our host.
So, Collin's had to introduce ReZero on 2 of the last 3 podcasts. So, what the fuck? Let's do it again.
Right.
Collin, introduce ReZero.
What more do you want?
I want your thoughts on how the show ended.
Okay. Well, okay. You'll get that. And you know what? You'll get that and more. Because I go the extra mile for you.
What a bargain.
And I try to argue with people who aren't here, and I preach to the choir. So, here I go, boys. Okay. So, here we are. End of it all. We've had a mildly wild ride. And it's a little strange because you guys seem to have rated the anime higher than me, including Funk, which is wild. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. So there's something that's been on my mind, and it's been bugging me, especially because I was recorded saying it. So last time, I somewhat begrudgingly referred to ReZero as deconstruction, and it's all Steve's fault because he egged me on into it, and I didn't want to say it,
See, I wanted to say it, but I didn't want to say it, so I got you to say it.
Now I have to own that, and I have to cover my tracks and tell you why it's not.
Not even a little bit?
Maybe a little bit.
Okay.
I'm getting to it. So, what do people mean when they even say deconstruction exactly? Because it's just thrown out so liberally.
Well, most people just mean that it has anything going on beyond the surface.
Yeah, and it's like who made this? Jacques Dorito Man. I'm not gonna talk about that crap. That's some philosophy bullshit I don't know anything about. Did Alan Moore and Hideaki Anno invent deconstruction together in their basement in 68 BC? I don't know. Putting it in the most juvenile terms I can, it's taking a work of fiction, specifically the parts that make it feel the most fictitious, the parts that you suspend your disbelief about, and saying, but here's how things would go if it was more realistic. So,
why do they say it like Mickey Mouse?
It's not Mickey Mouse.
No, what voice was that? I know that voice.
I don't know. It doesn't have to be an impersonation.
It was kind of like a Rocky and Bullwinkle kind of
sounded like
Toad. Mostly Rocky. Less so Bullwinkle.
What did you say it was, Matt?
It kind of sounded like Toad.
Yes, that's it. That's exactly what I was thinking of.
I'm the best! So
we like to have fun here, folks.
Yeah. So in a deconstructive work, or at least in a work that's not deconstructive, something that would suspend your disbelief, it's not really touched upon because it's not important to the story. But in something that's deconstructive, that is like a driving point of the story being written. So, why does a superhero put on a mask and beat up criminals? Or what kind of person does that? Not someone with good parenting. What happens to a teenager when you make him fight unknowable horrors from outer space? Bad things. So it's not pointing out things that are different because the deconstruction is happening in the work itself. So apologies to Bliblano. So why is ReZero considered deconstruction? And what exactly is it deconstructing? Or at least what people think it's deconstructing. The answer to that would be the Isekai genre. Isekai typically has bland main characters meant to be surrogates for the audience, to have their desires projected onto them, because they are transported to this fantasy land where they get to have homoerotic rollicking adventures with lots of QTs.
But if they're with like female QTs, is it really homoerotic?
Whatever.
There's a
Maybe
character
I
in
just wanted
ReZero
to
that
throw
blurs
the
that line.
This is key to determining whether or not something is deconstructed.
This
By
is.
the way.
Yeah. So let's look at Subaru, who is our hero, ladies and gentlemen. And
Academia.
Subaru is sort of a defictionalized version of the typical isekai hero. And so you gotta look, what's the main audience for this kind of story? Who are anime producers looking to sell to? It's like, well, a narcissistic shut-in who wants to jacket to their wish fulfillment fantasies, or stupid teenagers who want to jacket to their wish fulfillment fantasies. If the main character is a shut-in otaku, this is made out to be an endearing quality that the audience can relate to. He has none of the negative traits that you would probably turn. I'm talking about the typical isekai hero here. You would probably
self-insert.
Yeah, that would probably turn someone into a self-loathing adult. He's just generally a nice guy who just needs to be given a chance to prove himself. Now, Subaru actually is the narcissistic self-loathing shut-in. And when given a chance to prove himself, he fails again and again and again. It's just that the circumstances of the story give him a means to eventually succeed. To recognize his faults and improve himself. So how is writing a hero's journey or deconstruction? Because if you look at the whole of ReZero, it's got cute maids, noble knights, pompous knights, the pure princess type, the old warrior who's seeking to avenge his lost love, the disgusting, irredeemable villain who's crazy, has these wacky evil antics because it's an easy way for the audience to want to see him defeated, big monsters that need slaying, and of course a cute trap. Everything here is played Mob Psycho 100% straight. So
Trademark that.
Just because people aren't used to seeing these things done well does not mean they are deconstructing anything. Even the otaku protagonist grows into a traditional hero role. So the author of ReZero doesn't hate isekai, and he isn't. It's a he, right? It's a he.
Yes.
And he isn't looking to critique the genre, and I don't even think he's being that critical of the archetype of the protagonist. He's just looking at these other works in the genre and saying, why doesn't this guy have to try way harder to get things done? And thus, a protagonist who is challenged both physically and emotionally was born.
A real human being.
So, after all that, that's the actual plot that happened. I just want to point out, quick note, I thought it was pretty dank how Subaru could not see the magic hands in episode 15, and then after he accepts his sloth, or recognizes his sloth, he's able to see them afterwards, and I thought that was cool. Because he's the Archbishop of Sloth. Yeah, no, he couldn't see them when Rem was playing Twister. Remember?
I know he couldn't see them, but I guess I didn't really I never made that connection.
Yeah, turns out ReZero can be subtle.
Well, yeah.
After 3 podcasts worth of saying ReZero isn't subtle, it did that.
I probably would have noticed.
I think that just lends credence to just how good episode 15 is in general, because I think
Episode
that was
15
by
was
far
a-
the
It is
standout.
one of the best individual episodes of anything that aired.
Which one was that? Just
You
to-
know the one it is.
That was Twister.
Yeah,
Duh.
That was
Yeah.
that was the Kino episode.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
it was-
you
it was
guys
the one
keep
where he
saying
turned
that.
his head at
This
the
is
end.
it's the one where it ended with heads rolling.
Okay.
And like
I mean,
the fading to white. With
That's-
the,
You know, the ultimate
yes.
cookie monster.
that's not the. I mean, if I had to think of the episode I'd attribute to being Kino, that's not the one that comes to mind.
really?
Would it
Yeah,
be
I mean,
18?
I really liked the one with the title drop. You know, this that
that
long
was-
ass
yeah.
conversation.
Long last, I
that was
have become-
18. That was the other really good one.
Yeah.
At long last, I have become ReZero Hajimeru Isekai Tonkatsu DJ.
So
Anyway, something I kind of took umbrage with, and I pointed this out the episode after it aired, or not the episode, like immediately after the episode aired to Funk. I pointed out before it happened that the final conflict, it was gonna be kind of underwhelming because the whale was like the proper climax and culmination of Subaru's development, and everything else felt like falling action. And as soon as Subaru died after getting possessed by Betelgeuse, I was just Beetlejuice. I was just left thinking like, how is there any way he doesn't wrap this up perfectly by the next go around? Because in any other loop, he's way out of his depth, and in this one, he is like stacked with a bunch of super powerful knights that he could say, hey, he's gonna try and possess a bunch of people after we kill him. Hey, the merchant in town is actually an informant, and it's like that's it, problem solved, right? And then another thing is that the presentation took a bit of a nosedive in the final couple episodes.
Oh god.
Wasn't nearly as good. And then a couple more notes, and then I think I'm gonna be wrapped up on ReZero. I can never ever.
what a
talk
long
about
ride it's been.
Yeah, I can never ever talk about ReZero ever again.
I never have to
until
post
the end of
another
the
Cookie
year.
Monster ever again.
Yeah. I don't think I'm not sure if there's going to be a season 2, but I mean, I know it's a success.
Yeah, it's
But
selling
never-
really well.
There doesn't need to be a season 2 though. It's very
But
conclusive.
who's Rem?
But where's Ren?
Oh my god!
Yeah,
I want to talk. I want
Ren.
to talk about that.
So okay, anyway, but I got to finish my notes.
Okay.
I got to cover all my talking points. This is important. I got to get this all behind me.
Go ahead.
Okay, Rem is best girl, but you already know this.
Yes,
Um,
because we're reasonable
I
individuals.
mean, she's
Yeah.
really the only option.
That's not entirely true because
No,
wife
that's
force will happen no
100%
matter what. See,
Uh,
no, that's
although I guess maybe if you consider him a girl.
this just means that you, our boy Ferris, is-
Nervous
dare
shirt
I
pulling.
say it, our guy. Vote Prush, and we'll make this nation great again. So, is ReZero the next Evangelion? No. Is it anime of the season spring 2016? No, that's Tanaka. Is it anime of the season summer 2016? No, that's Mob. Would it have been anime of the season winter 2016 if it aired then? No, because Rakugo and Konosuba are both better than it. But number 5 is nothing to slouch at until Euphonium airs next season.
Right.
And I am now done with ReZero forever.
Okay, I want to talk about the ending.
All right, do it.
So, I don't want to spoil anything because
do it.
the thing is, I mentioned this in the CT that for a show, you know, that has put its main character through so much suffering, to end with a happy ending that cuts off right before the ultimate suffering was such a cop-out. And, you know, it didn't ruin anything about the show for me because I still really, really enjoyed it. I was just really disappointed that they cut off right before the line because, like, as Collin was talking about, Subaru's come so far by the end, and, you know, he solves his problems a lot faster, like one loop this time around at the end. So to have everything he's built up thrown into chaos again, even if there's never another season and a cliffhanger was how the whole thing ended, I think for this kind of show that would have been perfect.
Oh,
Yeah,
no, I
think
could not
not
have lived with that. I'm so sorry. I could
not
not.
ending on a cliffhanger. I don't know.
They
for
were
a
in
show that-
between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, I guess.
But
for a
like,
show
but like,
that
with
prided
this
itself
show has
so much on cliffhangers.
this show has so much balls in how it's been presented. We talked about how often it skips the opening and the ending, and how much extra content this show has overall compared to a lot of other anime, which is absolutely commendable. So it's just, I don't know, like, do they feel people were going to be upset if there wasn't a happy ending? Because nothing, like, a large part of the story the whole way through was not happy. So if you've made it to the end and really enjoy the show, like, I have a hard time imagining anyone would have taken issue with that.
Issue now.
I would have taken issue. I
Colin.
gotta stand up here. I gotta say, if they ended it on a cliffhanger like that,
No, but wouldn't
even
that
if
just be
there
so
was
fake?
a second season, even if we had second season confirmed, if it was anything more than a year wait, I probably would have said that's a terrible ending.
See, I can understand wanting to end things in a less than, like, totally optimistic place, but you do need to have an ending, like a conclusion,
But,
whatever
like,
the tone is.
It still is an ending. It would just bend the final after credits stinger.
That is
Right.
the one thing, is that even with the ending as it is, there are a whole lot of plot threads that just have no resolution whatsoever.
Like the whole question with Rem,
Like
and the
Rem,
blank
like how
letter.
she disappears for like half the show.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the blank letter and all that stuff is introduced because it does get answered later, in fact, in the fucking epilogue of this story.
Wait, hold on. What is the problem with Rem here? Like,
Do you want to know?
Yes.
Okay, well, does anyone else care about the spoilers here?
Is this a spoiler?
Say if
Listen.
you don't want to be spoiled, go to this time code in
In
It's
the
video- it's on the
description.
video right now.
I mean, I've
Skip
watched
through it.
the whole show. I don't really. I
Right.
have no idea what is being
If you
spoiled
don't,
for.
okay, if you don't want to be spoiled, just don't listen.
I'll accept it because I'm genuinely curious.
No,
about it.
I'm saying for the audience. If you
Oh,
don't,
okay.
if you don't want to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
spoiled, don't listen to the next minute. Starting now. So the spoiler is the line right after is who's Rem, because her existence gets entirely erased, and then Subaru's thrown into chaos trying to figure that out. That's the
Oh,
epilogue.
so
of
that
the
happens
story.
at the end.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
That's like-
is
that's the
this
ep-
from
that's the
source
epilogue.
material? I imagine.
yeah.
What's that?
It's from the
That's-
web novel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
So-
having no knowledge of that, watching the conclusion, it didn't leave me wanting. But I guess when you know that exists, it's like it does feel a bit.
And even without knowing that, like, I thought back, like, well, I mean, Rem disappeared like 5 episodes ago, and because she was such a central character to the story, it feels weird to not include her in the ending.
Right.
To have that storyline at least tied up somewhat, even if it is a hanging thread, you still have acknowledgement of her of her existence, which no longer exists.
Right.
But like, just have the last line be "Who's Rem," based on what we know from what happened with the white whale and the whole existence thing.
Right.
Like,
See,
it's-
but that doesn't strike me as a cliffhanger, though.
But it is, because you don't know what happened. Because as far as you know, she's safe and sound.
Well, what I
That's
mean
the
is that
cliffhanger.
there establishes precedent for characters having their existence erased, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not definitive, but it's not as wild as I would attribute normal cliffhangers to be. I don't know. It's
But-
like it leaves you wanting to see what happens more, but it doesn't rob you of a conclusion.
Yeah, but I'm also thinking in terms of, like, people like me and a lot of people watch the show who really like the character of Rem and were very invested in your character, and to have that taken away from you. And also, like, I didn't mention the fact that, like, after this happens, right before this happened, his save point is updated.
Which
That-
is
that's-
just the worst way to talk about these things. I know that he says that at some point or something.
Yeah.
It's dumb.
Yeah, but yeah, because that's the whole thing. Because, like, now he's in a situation where he can't undo something.
Right.
So now he has to deal with that, which is something he hasn't dealt with before. all that's a long way of saying I really do hope this does get another season.
Yeah, me too.
Or maybe they include that stinger at like when it gets released on Blu-ray or something.
That'd be savage.
That would be really bad.
That'd be pretty savage, yeah. Hey, you guys want to talk about dank speculation?
Sure. Lay it on me.
This is just not stuff that's been covered. It's not spoilers or anything like that. It's just stuff that people have theorized, and I thought it sounded pretty neat. That because we got time powers here going on. Satala is weirdly obsessed with Subaru and gave him these save point powers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the question is why? And I think the coolest theory for that, and I wouldn't say I'd be hugely disappointed if this didn't turn out to be the thing, but I just think it's actually pretty cool if it would be, is that Satala is Amelia from the future who has fallen for Subaru, but went crazy for whatever reason.
Oh my god!
And now exists as something outside of time, and it's like a closed loop.
And it is entirely possible.
Amelia eventually falls in love with Subaru because Satala sent him there to fall in love with Amelia.
Yeah, and it's entirely possible because when you do see her mime some words to him, but the show never actually has that in audio, so you don't actually know what she's saying. But the word
I think she's saying
is, no, she's saying "I love you."
Yeah,
that's what she's saying.
Daisuke.
Oh, I thought she was saying "dang."
Anyways, that's a neat theory, Collin. I do want to hear from Matt, who has
the longest opponent of the show.
He's not an opponent.
He gave it a 6.
He's not. That doesn't even make him an opponent, though.
Matt's always been like, I don't get it. Why don't you guys like this?
I don't.
You're such an idiot.
That's the thing. Okay. Well, again, I don't hate the show. I mean, I do. Like, in all honesty, it's better than a lot. This is a very high 6. It's better. It's definitely better than 91 Days.
Which
it's definitely better. It's definitely better than some of the other 6s I gave this year. That's for sure. But I guess the main thing is that the main reason why I ended up just giving it a 6 is that it failed to grasp me from the very beginning. So everything that happens from that point on, I'm just not going to care. I'm just going to be watching, and I'm just going to be like, well, this is kind of neat. I wish I cared more.
Mm-hmm. I do get that.
It didn't really get me to care about the characters to begin with. So I'm not going to care about anything that happens to them ever, no matter what happens, even if the things that are happening are actually kind of interesting. Like,
I still do think you're a bit harsh on Subaru.
He got better.
You verbalize what your issues are with him, but there's still a part of me that thinks you may be missing the point a bit on him.
I don't know. He got better. He got better, but like
he got better.
The main thing that I really don't like about the show is the dialogue between the characters is one thing I really hate. It's really obnoxious. Really has this very ironic, snarky tone to it that is like it's like something from a
it's like something out of Blight Blano.
They quip.
It's something. It's like something from a Gearbox game, or like something that Anthony.
That's way too harsh.
Maybe
there aren't a lot of memes in ReZero,
but the dialogue was really annoying. I didn't like that. I didn't like how Subaru talked to people. I didn't really.
This whale's pretty scary. I don't know how many whales you've seen that fly around in the sky like this. I mean, maybe we should contact some sort of sea biologist or something.
Somebody stop him.
I mean, it never got that bad. Okay, you know what? That's more Birch territory.
That just randomly reminded me of the main character of Mayoiga referencing the sea lion.
Sounded more like a sea lion to me.
How did he know what a sea lion sounded like?
But yeah, like I will say, okay, so after we got out of the mansion, I hated that mansion arc. That was so boring. But the everything after that got better.
Did you enjoy the suffering?
It was fun. Episode 15 was definitely the peak, and then after that, I just kind of stopped caring again because the edginess was really the only thing this show had going for it for me, and then it just kind of disappears after episode 15, and then you had episode 18, which was actually really good. I really liked that episode a lot too because they managed to make an entire episode that was just all it was a conversation between two characters. That's it. It was just
great.
One long scene of two characters talking, but it was really interesting and it was really good. And it was like a big kind of climatic moment for Subaru's character. And it was great. It was done very well.
Did anyone here get triggered like A did when he said he loved Amelia?
No, I was fine with that, honestly.
I mean,
But-
it makes sense, right? That's been his motivation for the entire
I still
show.
don't like that aspect of the story because he has literally no reason to actually like her other than the fact that she's a nice girl. And that's stupid. But
Well, I mean, that is the foundation of a lot of misguided love, right? It's just somebody who is either nice to you or they just are attractive, and that's really all it takes.
Yeah, he should love Rem. That's why it hurts so much that he blew it so hard.
I don't know. I just don't.
Which, by the way, if Amelia turns out to be Satala, that makes it even better.
Collin's very
I don't-
high on this.
I just don't. I know the characters just weren't interesting. Most of them felt really one-dimensional. Rem was just waifu bait.
Yeah, but she was high quality wife.
She's high quality waifu.
Like
bait.
if you're gonna like grab bait, she's like the $23 bait at the store.
Shut up.
I didn't like some aspects of the show, like when Subaru just kind of goes from completely mentally unstable to reviving, and then all of a sudden he's fine.
He wasn't fine. He was mad.
There's one episode where he's like incapable of doing anything
Yeah.
at all, and then the next scene, like after he revives, he's like, "Oh, I'm back again," and he just
Well, I mean,
talks normally.
that's a shock, but
And-
that's what I'm talking about. Like right after that, he was seething mad, and that's when he went and made all those mistakes.
Yeah, that's I know, but
It's like
felt weird.
I get what you mean, but at the same time, it's like you can't just eternally be downtrodden because then the story's not going to go anywhere.
It felt like his personality sometimes would just change for the sake of plot.
I'm not
I
really sure.
don't
I
think-
wouldn't call that his personality. I just call that his emotional state.
Yeah, he hit rock bottom in that moment, and the only place you can go from there is up.
I guess. And then Rem, like, she goes from this really just stone-faced kind of bitch to cutesy waifu in over the course of like one or two episodes. And then she just and then her whole character is just, oh my god, I want Subaru's dick in me so much. And I don't know. But like, I don't know. Characters weren't really interesting. The art style was shit. It looks bad.
Really?
The animation was
We had that conversation about Rem as a character in the previous podcast. I thought she was handled fairly well. I know, like her development reached a stopping point, and I can understand maybe that frustration with her being static afterwards. But I don't know. I feel like her development through the mansion arc was handled fairly well, along with how Subaru bonded with each maid and Amelia during that part as well.
And the girl in the library, whose name
Beatrice.
I forget. Yeah. He snuggled up to everyone.
What about Clowncock?
Oh, not him.
Oh no.
Less I hear about the
no one wants
cock.
clown cock.
No one wants clown cock.
No. Rom pleases Clowncock for mana.
Oh no.
I did
Mahorn.
I did like Beetlejuice at first until I realized, there's just like a bunch of Beetlejuices apparently who he just kind of teleports into, and that made his character a lot less interesting for me. And you can only do that thing a few times before it just gets annoying.
It's only
I did like the shot of
An
him
episode.
just flying through the sky,
on
where he's just
his,
like
on his little hand.
on his hand, and then the guy, like the cat people see it, and they don't see the hand, so they just see this guy like huddled up, flying through the sky. That was pretty good. I like that, but it's. I just didn't really care for anything that happened in the show, and I didn't.
So
You'll like it just kind of all felt like it was when I finished it, I was just like, well, that was just another show I watched and finished and didn't really care for.
you see, when I watched it, I kind of had the opposite experience. As Collin noted earlier, I gave it a higher rating than he did. I actually gave it a 9 out of 10.
Oh my god.
Yes, yes.
As opposed to
the biblical 9. When it came time to rate the show and I had reflected on it, I realized that throughout its duration, I was never like singing its praises. I wasn't calling it the best thing since sliced bread. But when I thought about it, I thought that the show really, I could not pick any bones with it. I couldn't identify anything about it I just didn't like. It did everything in a very solid and sometimes exceeded that manner. But beyond that, I was very engrossed in it from week to week. Obviously, it has these kind of like page-turner endings, which I called it on an earlier podcast. But that cheapens it a little bit, and I don't mean to do that. I just enjoyed each episode. I'm always on the edge of my seat. And I don't get that way very often. This show had me very, very invested in it, even if it wasn't revolutionary in any real regard. And I just want to call attention to that. I just want to give it its due props. I thought it was great.
I thought it was great as well.
That's
It was-
neat, Funk.
it
I
was
don't really
okay.
like your opinion.
That's
hey,
okay, Collin.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
Before we move on, I'd just like to note that I did remember something that I wasn't a fan of in Mob Psycho. And
Okay.
in fact,
Oh my God.
in fact it's in my notes, and I just skimmed over them because it was just one line. And it's like it's not one line necessarily because some of them are one line, but like this one's 3 words is the thing. And it's nobody likes show. Because Show is an annoying character, and I don't like him. And his character ends up accomplishing very little and does not receive later. It's like later on stuff that's weaker about it, and he's thankfully not that prominent of a character. But he's not used. He's not used as much as he should have been, and he ends up being a really flat character. Anyway, now
Yo, can we talk about how awesome the Body Improvement Club is, though?
No, yeah, they're the best.
Everyone agrees on that.
They're the
Okay.
best. So, in preparation, Steve,
Let's dial back.
for this next show that we're talking about, I wanted to pour myself, all of us, a little drink. A little bit
What
of
kind of drink is it?
It's this nice indie liqueur, actually.
Indie.
You may or may not have heard of it.
Oh,
Lawless Heaven.
fuck you.
It's quite
Uh-huh.
good. It's really some dirty stuff. I know a guy who murdered a bunch of other guys all the time.
Okay.
Anyway,
It sounds like something is carbonated on the other side.
So Funk, I thought you were gonna go.
Colin?
I thought you were gonna go an entirely different direction with that.
Oh, really?
I thought you were gonna go. I'm pouring myself a nice glass of pineapple juice.
Funk, why does this taste like Diet Dr. Pepper Cherry?
Whoa, man. This is too real.
91 days. Funk, this is your show.
This is my show, somehow. So, again, I don't think we've talked about 91 Days before. It's ostensibly a period piece, but I don't want to give it too much credit by calling it that.
Yeah, right.
It's set in Prohibition era, not Chicago, but near Chicago. It's a fictionalized
The town
city.
is literally called
Lawless, yes. Hence the
Speaking
name
of
the
shows
liquor.
without subtlety,
Yes. Wow. Anyway, 91 Days is the story of a very cliche revenge plot and in dealing with various mob factions and all their relations. And one thing I wanted to highlight about the show, which is Matt's chief complaint with it, which I just found hilarious, so I wanted to bring up if he could, is that the characters in the show just often feel nameless in ways because there's so many different factions. Because you know how mobs work. There's like this family and that family. In this show, it's the Galatias, the Benettis, some other one I don't remember. But it just leads to like a lack of identity between everything that's going on. You don't know who's killing whom. When somebody mentions like, "Oh man, ever since his death, I've just been so distraught." You're like, "Well, who the hell was that? When did he die? Who killed him?" Because you just don't know. And what this speaks to more clearly is that a lot of the characters in the show are just kind of shit. Like I don't really like any of them. The main character, what was his name?
Angela.
Angelo,
yes.
but he went by Avilio.
Avilio. Okay, I was thinking Emilio, and I'm like, that's not it. He is just entirely defined by his revenge plot. Like he doesn't have much depth at all. And the show I liked 91 Days, but it was bad. There's no nuance in saying that, but there's also no nuance in the show. It's just the plot. I could write you the events of the story on an index card, and that is the experience of watching 91 Days. It's not enhanced by any aesthetic. There's no metaphor or subtlety going on. It just literally is the events of the plot. And it's okay for that. You know, not every show has to reinvent the wheel. But when you are just animating like a Robert De Niro movie from the 80s, I want a little more, right? Like, can anyone tell me what they liked about 91 Days? Like, specifically.
I like the episode that was unlike every episode in the entire show, where there was like that weird Mexican guy with his dog. And
that was so strange. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, it was like a Cowboy Bebop episode from like a completely different show.
But then they do nothing with it. It's he goes to kill them, but then they kill him. Ooh.
Yeah, and nothing matters. And it was like,
what about the episode with?
It's just like back to the plot then.
Well, the show did do one thing very very well with a lot of novelty. So the ending of the show. Oh, spoilers!
Oh man.
Go to this time code if you don't want. So at the end of the show, the two principal characters, Avilio and Nero, they're like on a wacky road trip, which, by the way, is preceded by this like wacky traveling montage that is just tonally inconsistent with everything else happening in that episode, and really caught me off guard. But anyway, they decide to take a trip to the beach because neither of them have seen the ocean before, and it's, you know, whatever, may or may not be symbolic, I don't really care. So they get to the beach, and one character shoots the other. It's the culmination of their whole relationship, all the betrayal and deceit that's been going on. But after getting shot, one of the characters just turns into a can of pineapples. And nothing is said about this. They don't explain it. It just happens. And it really was confusing to me. So the rest of the show was steeped in realism. I mean, as realistic as surviving multiple gunfights can be. But when this happens at the end...
Wait, excuse me. You're going to talk about realism in a show where a dude literally gets baked into lasagna and fed to the rest of the cast?
Well, I mean, we'll talk about Fongo in a bit. But anyway, most of the show was realistic. So to see this element of mysticism was just surprising, to say the least. It didn't detract too much from the show, but it really left me wondering at the end.
You know, this might be just...
Makes you think, huh?
What did they mean by this?
This might be pure assumption funk, maybe, but I had the feeling that maybe that can was just happened to be there from the store. That his body...
He turns and smiles to it as if to say, "We really made it, buddy, didn't we?" Like, it's clear what the director meant by this. So, I get where you're coming from, but I don't think that's the case.
Use the meat cleaver, Nero. It's hard to break the bone.
But Frank actually brought this up. One thing I really loved about this show was the only memorable character in it, which was Fongo, who was just... A lot of people like to say insane or wild ride, but Fongo really exemplifies that kind of approach. He was the only And the performance by the voice actor was so over the top. It was wonderful. It just gave so much life to every scene he was in. He rolled more R's than like the entire country of Spain. It was fantastic. There's best part of the show.
And then he
But
gets
the
killed
rest
by
of
the
91
biggest
days is just decidedly mediocre.
The thing is that Fango should not have been the best part of the show. He doesn't belong in this setting.
No,
Right,
yeah,
he does not
just
fit
feels
with
a lot of
anything
place.
else. But when you're so starved for like anything to latch onto as a viewer, he quenches that thirst, which speaks to a weakness of the show more than anything else.
I did like in the first episode how they fought him in like a very video gamey boss fight way. Where like they throw the bottles at him and he just like pops up and shoots them. And then it's like, we gotta use the thing! Yeah! And they throw the fire thingy. Gotta use his weakness.
It's like all those mafia movies you love, only it's not intriguing.
Yeah, it's not as good.
It's not subtle. It's not as violent if you're looking for that. It's not as smart, and it's definitely not as good looking.
Boy, you guys were so high on the show at the start of the season.
Well,
too.
the thing is, this is kind of foolhardy on my part, but anything with such an atypical setting from the typical anime, to have a period piece set in Prohibition era America, I find that intriguing. Like, it shows a little more effort than to have something set in a Japanese high school, or whatever. So I want to like shows like this. Like, I want to give them my patronage, my viewership by pirating them, and support them.
So Funk, if our audience was interested in an anime that took place in a Prohibition era, what would you recommend to them?
Well, wouldn't you know it? Other shows exist to fill this void. Recently, I and only I watched quite a stellar show called Baccano, which is apparently pretty popular. I'm surprised everybody else in this podcast hasn't seen it.
It's funny you mentioned that because I actually did too.
Really?
I have a point. I do have a point to make about that, but you can finish.
Well, the thing is that if you Baccano is defined by non-linear storytelling, but if you put that aside and just look at what it does with its setting, it's infinitely more interesting. And its characters, yeah, it's infinitely more interesting than anything in 91 Days.
Yeah.
You look at the characters in 91 Days, and they're all just so cliched. Like, you got this guy defined by revenge, his reluctant friend who's getting pulled into it, and wouldn't you know it, he's the one who bears the retribution for all these killings going on. It's like, oh no, we dragged them into this, blah blah blah. It's
also,
like,
there's the fact
so
that they
cliche.
have like none of the characters in this show, other than like maybe Nero and Cordio and Angelo, have any identity. So like you see, like there's like the character design is just really bad because most of the characters look like they should be background characters or something.
Which makes sense in the sense that you don't want everybody to have like pink spiky hair.
Yeah.
But
even in Baccano, like they're all very clearly defined, not in an obnoxious way. Like that's one thing. When I was thinking about this, I was thinking, do I not know these characters in this show because I'm just being stupid and not paying attention, or or is it because this show is just not good? And then I saw Baccano, and I was like, holy shit, there's a whole bunch of characters, but I actually remember every single character, and
I mean, to be fair, it's kind of hard to forget someone with a name like Jacuzzi Splot.
Yeah, but he has an actual personality.
No, he does.
I mean,
every single character in that show has a very unique personality and something about them that makes them memorable, which is the exact opposite of this.
They're also not caricatures, which
That's true.
is worth noting. Because I think the characters in 91 Days approach that more. Like, they're more likely to be described as caricatures, despite being more grounded in reality.
That's kind of a testament to Baccano, though, considering how off the wall some of the characters are.
Right. Like this girl hides a grenade in her eye.
Right. Okay. And yet she still manages to be, like, a multifaceted character with a...
Yeah, I mean, when you have such an ensemble cast, no one is going to be, like, super deep.
Right.
and yet they're deeper than all of 91 Days' characters.
Right.
It's a much smaller core group of people. So when Matt says that he can't keep the characters' names straight, I would attribute that more to the writing of 91 Days to make that they're not memorable than to Matt's attention span.
You're always making excuses for Matt.
Why don't you just get a room?
So I gotta talk about the uncle here, Gonzo, and how he is the biggest dumbass in this whole show. Because in order for Angelo to execute his final plan, Gonzo has to be the most unassuming dipshit. Because they sit down to conspire this coup against the Venettis, right?
Yeah.
Because Gonzo wants to take power and from his brother or whatever, who is Don Venetti, and Nero, who is the successor to Don Venetti.
Don
Venetti. Right? And he sits down because he knows Angelo wants he wants them dead, and he wants to destroy the life of the man or the people who took his family from him. And he tells Gonzo to his face that he knows that he was there that night, on the night his family was gunned down. And he says, but don't worry, I know you didn't fire a shot, so you have nothing to worry about. He was still complacent in their murders, and he's still after Nero's head, who also did not fire a shot that night. So Gonzo has to be mentally retarded to not see Angelo's betrayal coming. How did he get away with this at all?
Well, Collin, this show was written by a hack.
and okay, I know if anybody listened to this podcast, they would probably jump on you for saying something about how, like, the final drive between Angelo and Nero was stupid. It was stupid. And I get that they were going for, like, it's the last of their happy times. This is the last time they'll be like this. They're being nostalgic for stuff that happened 3 months ago. But oh my god, was it so weirdly jarring the way he, like, pouted at him to cut his bonds. Like, as, like, the cutesy song played. Like,
when that montage
it's a better
happens,
way to do that.
Now wait, was it meant to be ambiguous whether or not he, like, shot him? Like, spoilers,
I think
by the way,
it was meant to be somewhat ambiguous, but, like, you're meant to also, like, assume that Angelo got shot and then Nero left, but he's still going to be pursued in the future and he might not live.
The thing is, if he doesn't shoot him, then Nero doesn't have an arc at all. So I would hope that he shot him.
You hope he died.
Well, the thing is, like, that's when I saw that scene, I'm like, okay, he shoots him. It's a direct parallel to the flashback. He's come this far. If that didn't happen, it just calls into question the point of everything.
I guess that's, yeah.
In conclusion, pineapples.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was a very strange stylistic decision, and I'd love to hear from the author or the writer. I don't know what this is based off of, if anything, but why he did that.
You should write to him and ask.
Speaking of
hold on. I have one more thing to say about this show.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay.
The OP of the show is fucking terrible.
It is.
And
it's so bad.
It completely, and I'll be completely honest and say that legitimately was part of the reason why I sometimes had the thought of just dropping the show so that I wouldn't have to listen to it anymore. Because keep in mind,
you would take that over just skipping the OP.
Because keep in mind, this is a minute and 30-second long OP.
Right.
18 minutes of your life has been taken away listening to this OP.
Right.
That's a lot of time.
Now, for anybody listening who doesn't know the OP, Collin, do you think you could give them a representation of what it sounds like? Thank you. You can see
That was beautiful.
It's terrible.
It's really
But
bad.
I do want to mention that counterbalancing this is the ED, which I thought was great.
Right.
It is great.
It actually fits the setting of the show. Because let's talk about Baccano again. You look at Baccano's both its OP and its ED.
Well, I mean, let's not talk about the hand, but
the songs. So
Right.
they're obviously both great pieces of music, but they also fit the setting of the show. 91 Days is OP is just like, I think on the mid-season podcast I called it Shinedown Core. If I didn't, that's what it is.
I call
What
it
did he
Shitty
mean by
Muse.
this?
I call it Shitty Muse.
That's also appropriate. Collin, if you don't know what I mean by Shinedown
That has
Core, then I
nothing to do
envy
with
you.
Love Live.
Do you not know a Shinedown? Do you know who Shinedown is,
No.
Colin?
Good.
No.
Good.
Well, good. 'Cause they're a shitty modern metal band.
Good.
Great.
Just so you know, Funk, the hack writer who wrote this, they did the script for Erased and Joker Game.
Really?
But
What?
those are great anime.
I know.
What?
I know. What went wrong?
That's kind of amazing, isn't it?
It is.
Jesus.
Was 91 Days adapted from anything, or
No,
was it original?
It's original.
Okay, well that explains it then.
Now
Or
I have
the
to
other
watch
two-
Joker,
I know
now I have to
Joker-
watch Joker Game and then
Erase
come back and
Erase
then
is a
say on
manga.
the end
Erase
season
is the manga.
podcast
Joker
that
Game
it's
is an
trash.
actual novel. So
Well, Colin, Joker Game's great, and you should watch it.
I'm gonna come back on the end of the year podcast and I'm gonna call it trash.
Wow, what a guy. But
all right.
I
Anything
couldn't
else?
tell the characters apart.
Speaking of trash,
I mean that's kind of the point.
Oh.
Well, next
Oh,
up is
man.
going to be Funk versus Frank, round 2.
Oh my god.
Frank is going to talk about Love Live Sunshine, and he does not have the backup from Kenny tonight.
Steve, that's not the title of the show.
Oh, it's
It
not?
is. It is.
It's
Actually,
the full title of the show is Love Live Sunshine Generation.
you need to shut up.
Thank you. I'll make a note of that.
No. So, Kenny was supposed to introduce this show. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here due to family circumstances, so I'm introducing it in his stead.
Begrudgingly.
Well, I really enjoyed Love Live Sunshine, honestly.
Really?
So it's not
we
begrudging.
didn't have any idea.
Well,
Frank.
here's the thing. I was the arbiter, but apparently,
former
yeah. Apparently, my term ended after the
Yeah.
season. And
the arbiter of Love Live Sunshine Squad is a position that, if held by one person for too long, will upset
Right,
the whole land.
my term ended. It was much like Barack Obama's term is ending. Like the apparently.
Yeah, much like
the-
Barack Obama's term is ending.
No. Well, I'll get into Barack Obama later when we're talking about Inazuma. But what? Well, so anyway, talking about Love Live. To piggyback from where we ended off on the mid-season podcast, where I was talking about how I was predicting that the direction would generally go where
You predicted it had the
Aqua's-
most hackneyed development imaginable.
No, I
Just to be
didn't
clear.
actually. No. Well, I mean, what do you want from me? Like, I told them that I wanted to see them go off into their own direction and become their own separate entity from Muse. And wouldn't you know it, that's exactly where the fucking show was headed.
But I mean,
So,
I don't think you should
bada
take
bing,
credit for
bada
predicting
boom.
something that was easily
No,
predictable.
I realize that, but like you were saying how, it's one of the show's biggest faults that, they kind of ride on Muse's coattails. And I was saying how, well, I think it's leading up to this whole big development where they realize that they shouldn't, focus so much on Muse and become their own thing. And wouldn't you
Right,
know it,
but
that's exactly where it went.
It wasn't so impactful to excuse all this recycling they did throughout the season.
I think it. Well, seeing as though you didn't fucking finish the series, you didn't know how it ended. So
If it was good, I would have finished it.
well, So
for
here's-
the
so here's-
record here, before we get deeper, I dropped the show at 11 of 13 episodes.
Right, he did. So that's fair. He dropped it shortly after the third years were introduced into the squad, but he dropped it on a pretty impactful episode for Yo's character development. Yo is one of my favorite characters. And,
Here's your Yo.
Really. Prior to that point, I had thought that, they were kind of sidelining her in favor of Chica's development with Rico. So to see Yo get that whole episode to herself where she kind of, has her place cemented amongst the Aquars is a really good episode. But I'll get into that later because first I want to talk about episode 8 because on the... What?
Huh?
Excuse me, what did you say?
What?
Why are you talking underneath me while I'm introducing the show?
Would you rather I talk over you?
That's fair. Okay, so, episode 8, we get introduced to their rivals, Saint Snow, who is basically just, anime Linkin Park.
Yeah! At least we can agree on one thing.
Right. They sing a slow version of their song in the episode before, so to see their shift into
to new metal.
Yeah, it's pretty jarring, but it's actually kind of cool.
I will say I didn't hate their performance in the competition. Because I really liked the one at the shrine. There was like really good harmonies going on, the great vocal interplay, and then they abandoned all that in favor of new metal, and it's like it was still pretty endearing somehow.
Yeah. No, but it's just so jarring for that to come out of nowhere after they have their little slow performance at the shrine, and it's like, holy shit, they actually go full butt rock here. So anyway, that ends with the Aquas performing and actually getting 0 votes, which is a really unexpected turn for their character development, because in any other show, I mean, you would think that they would at least get a little bit of support, but they actually have absolutely no one liking them whatsoever. It's
actually quite common in storytelling to have the lowest point before redemption.
No, I realize that, but if this was a show like K-On!, for example, they would probably at least get a few votes.
Are you implying that Sunshine Squad is deeper than K-On!?
Yeah,
actually,
Frank.
Frank.
Level.
Actually, Frank.
What's
if
up?
you recall, in season 2 of K-On!, there was an episode in which I believe it is I forget. I know Yui is one of them. I think it's Ritsu is the other one.
Uh-huh.
I forget who.
Or she gets psychic powers.
It's Azusa, right?
They do a competition.
Right.
They go into a competition and they don't actually win anything at all.
Isn't that the dumb talent show though?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, I think I might have been throwing up during that episode, so I might not have.
Is K-On! The key to all this?
K-On!
No, it's not.
K-On! is much better than some people in this podcast would lead you to believe.
We're not have. I don't want to have K-On! Debates tonight.
Let's not have that though. Continue.
That's for the next podcast.
So getting to the fact that they got 0 votes, which is actually a pretty interesting way to spur on their development as they meet the third years who come into their lives with their own school idol drama. Previously, the 3 third years, Mari, Dia, and Kanan, Kanan's basically a non-character. I can admit that much. It's actually
was she the one with the wetsuit?
Yeah, she's the blue-haired one that pretty much just
black hair.
Yeah, no, it's blue, but so her whole entire story arc throughout the whole thing was Mari, who is the student council president who speaks in English sometimes. She's the only likable person. Yeah, that's her. So she is basically trying to get Kanan to become a school idol with her and get back into the game because they were school idols prior when they were all first years. They had gone to Tokyo and they weren't even able to sing. But Kanan is very adamantly against becoming a school idol. And that's later revealed that before they were about to perform, Mari had injured her leg. So Kanan didn't want to sing because that would force Mari to dance and potentially further her injury. Mari had no knowledge of this whatsoever.
Typical teenage girl bullshit.
Yeah, but it's done fairly well.
Is it?
I don't know. I personally really enjoyed seeing that side of Mari in particular because she's getting all agitated, telling Kanan, like, hey, like, why are you running away? And meanwhile, it's Mari who's the one who's being insensitive here. And I think it's good development on her part.
Watching that episode, like, I saw what they wanted to go for, but for me, it just had no gravity. You see, when I watch Love Live, I guess Love Live, Sunshine Squad, because I haven't watched the entirety of the original Love Live, something about the way it looks gives it this plastic feel where I can't quite take it seriously. Like,
is it when they all dance and turn into CG people?
It's
because
not the CG.
That looks pretty plasticky too.
The CG obviously looks like garbage, but
yeah, it looks better than it did in the first season. I can tell you that much.
The whole show feels like a product much more than most anime, which is also a product. It just feels like Love Live was created entirely by marketing.
I think that's exactly the case.
You're right, but what I mean is that it's more transparent than it is in other places. Where when I look at Love Live, all I can think about is how they're trying to get certain markets or appeal to certain audiences. I never take it seriously as an artistic
I don't know.
vision.
I think you're giving the writing too little credit here, because
if it was good, I'd give it more credit.
Well, but I personally think it's pretty solid. I think that most of the character dynamics are pretty well thought out. I think that Mori is a very well fleshed out character, and I really like, as I was going to get into in episode 11, I like her interaction with Yo a lot. I think this is the episode where you dropped it. Yo is starting to feel a bit like a third wheel here, and in Mori, bouncing off her experience from episode 9, has this really nice heart-to-heart with Yo, where she tells Yo that she needs to be more honest with her feelings because,
but
the thing to start with.
Let's reflect on this. One character is telling another to be honest with her feelings to quell any anxiety she has with her friend dealing with other people. How hackneyed does that sound, just out of context?
Well, but in the context of the show, considering what Mari went through, I think it feels like a pretty good development for her. I felt a little upset that it was
character development, but it's nothing even remotely original.
No, I realize that, but I still think that, considering the context, like, I mean, when you put it out of context like that, obviously it's not going to sound like anything special. But I think that, considering my emotional attachment to these girls, watching them grow, and
girls,
what? Shut up. I don't know. It might just be because I'm a sucker for these cute girls, and I don't know. I'm a fan. And
Funk.
Yes.
I think I have a way we can test your Love Live as a product theory.
Okay.
Frank,
what's up?
How many pieces of Love Live merchandise do you own?
Like in terms of like an actual like physical copy or something, or
yes.
Yeah, I
own something you didn't steal.
As I said, I have the Muse Best Live Collection 2, which is a boxed set of all of their singles from the first.
He's marketing it to us.
No, and that's it.
How many Love Live figures do you own?
0.
Bullshit! I know you had one.
All I know is that on a 4-hour round trip to Staten Island, Frank had enough Love Live tracks to cover the whole thing and then some.
Yeah, I did. but most of those were downloaded illegally.
Well, I'm calling the internet police on you.
Oh no.
Anyway, you also did physically go to watch the Love Live movie in a theater.
I did. It was.
Did you get a glow stick to shake in rhythm?
No, I didn't. There were no glow sticks to be had. Though I hear that at the live screenings of the concerts at movie theaters, they didn't have any in the United States. But I think they had them in like Straya,
Straya.
And Straya, and the Philippines.
You can't say it like that.
I could say
Straya.
Excuse me. Anyway, so at those screenings they had glow sticks. But
they're slightly closer to Japan, and by slightly I mean infinitely.
No, well, anyway, so back to the character development of the Awkward's characters on a whole.
Back to Frank desperately trying to defend Love Live.
Before we get into that, can I just call attention to how they got the name Awkward's?
Oh yeah, so, you could do that. 3
of the idol group members are on the beach, just kind of pontificating about what to call their group. Meanwhile, the student council president character sneaks onto the beach and stealthily writes the word awkwards in the sand with a stick, which they later discover. Like, who wrote this? Well, let's just color band awkwards because it's here. And I'm like, okay. Well, the thing is, these are the only 3 people on the beach. The idea that they didn't see somebody else walk onto the beach and take time to sketch the word awkwards into the sand is astounding, and it amazes me that we're supposed to just take this. It's such a
that felt a little weird,
but it's still astounding.
Yeah, that felt a little strange. But I do think that the 3 girls, like the 3 second years, all have really solid development. I spoke about
years, like Neo Honkers,
Yo, and Riko, the piano girl,
right?
Who eventually, I guess. I mean, not necessarily.
She's the music one, where everybody else is just like an idiot.
Right, but she's not like Maki. Maki's more like a tsundere type, and
and they both have red hair.
Yeah. So I guess in a way she is Neo.
Same character.
Anyway, so her whole entire thing is more or less she's afraid to face her past because she went to the school where the old Love Lives went, and she was really good at the piano, but she couldn't play for one reason or another, so she has to kind of go back and face that on her own. And it's Chika who inspires her to go back and who goes back to inspire her to play the performance that she thinks that she can. And all the same time, while she's growing closer to Neo Honkers, Yo, who, if you remember, actually started Aqua with Chika, is feeling left out to the point where the other characters didn't even think that it was, Chika and Yo who started out to begin with. They had all assumed it was Chika and Riko. So to say, Neo Honkers and Neo Maki. So,
right.
So, Yo, in a sort of desperate attempt to kind of draw attention to herself, she keeps trying to do all these wacky things to get Chika's attention.
If this was like a real teenage girl drama, she would have cut herself or attempted suicide.
No, yeah,
this is some pussy shit.
They're cleaning the pool and she puts on a sailor outfit and she's trying to be like the life of the party here just so people can kind of laugh with her. On
a similar subject, remember that episode of Saved by the Bell where Jesse was taking those diet pills and I'm so excited because she was so desperate to lose weight.
No,
that's basically Love Live Sunshine Generation in a nutshell.
Is it?
Boom.
Yeah.
All right. So, is the writing of Love Live Sunshine Generation the equivalent of your typical dramatic episode of Saved by the Bell?
It's a very special episode.
Yeah.
I remember that episode.
See, Matt knows.
I would wake up every morning at 6 a.m.
Yeah, watch Saved by the Bell and then go to school.
And then I would watch it on TBS or whatever.
Yeah.
TBS.
So I think that Saved by the Bell is a better anime than Love Live Sunshine.
I don't think so, but
Frank, you're a good sport.
What about Jimmy Neutron?
Jimmy Neutron.
No more Jimmy Neutron.
It's worse anime than Saved by the Bell, but better than Love Live Sunshine Generation.
Let me wrap up my Love Live real quick, and then we can go back to shit talking.
Always wrap up your Love Live.
Yeah, and well, I mean, if I post Love Lives, Collin will bully them. So, well, hey. So they, as I said, they have 0 votes, and they're much like the original Love Lives trying to stop their school from closing, and they have 0 potential applicants to their school. So wherever they go, they're just being followed around by the 0, and it feels like such a desperate position.
And then they start life in a different world from 0.
No.
No. We need to finish this Love Living.
So just to recap the parts of it that you didn't see, Chika is obviously getting increasingly more frustrated because no matter what she does, she just feels like her efforts are going to be futile because she's got 0 fans, she's got 0 potential applicants to the school that they're all trying so hard to save. So they all decide to basically go to Tokyo to see what kind of influence Muse had. They meet up with Saint Snow They ask them what their opinion is about it, and overall, they basically come to terms with the fact that they're never going to be Muse, so they should focus on their own strengths and what they have as a community as opposed to what Muse has. And that's fine. That's basically the direction that you would more or less expect it to go. So when they go into prelims, they put on this whole little act in front of the giant crowd here, and they try to get everyone to sing along with them from their school, because as we established in the third episode, the fact that they live in East Bumblefuck doesn't quite give them the presence that Tokyo would have, but because they're such a small village, everyone kind of knows each other and they all reach out to support one another. So they try to make a concerted effort to get the crowd to be as big as possible and to sing along with them, and that doesn't quite work out because only the 9 girls can sing on the stage. However, they all are in the audience, and they more or less put on this cute little performance of everything that happened to them up to this point, where, they met with Riko, and they met with Hanamaru and Yoshiko, and they assemble all of them, and in spite of their flaws, they all come together as a school idol group, but no matter what, they're just being chased around by the Zero. And it's a really heartfelt scene, to me anyway.
The robot from Sonic Adventure?
What?
Wow! Well, that's amazing!
Do you know how many zeros there are in fiction?
No, but that's
How many of them are robots that chase people?
Yeah.
Mind hack.
But that's Delta.
In conclusion, Kenny gave this anime a 10.
No way!
But it's really good. Like
anything with the Love Live name, he will give a 10.
It's a scene
of how good it actually is.
Can I talk about Zero for a second here?
No, we gotta wrap up.
Not the Mega Man robot, and not the Sonic
We got 5 more anime to get through, Frank.
It feels like it's a really well written scene, because you can see how frustrated Chica is, and you can see her frustration with the Zero, that no matter what she does.
It was especially really frustrating when you had to keep bopping the robot and hit him into the electronic and sometimes it just wouldn't wouldn't work, and because the game's hitboxes are just kind of bad at times.
Hitboxes.
I'm done with Love Live.
So I just want to say one thing
and
before we
it's
move on.
just really obnoxious. And it was also really weird because Amy's story was also really short. There's only 3 episodes and a boss fight. It's why even have that at all?
So I just want to say, and Steve said this earlier,
Can I take
Frank has been a really good sport, but about Love Live, I would have really liked Love Live if I'd watched it towards the beginning of my anime career, if this was one of the first shows that I watched. But having watched so many healing anime, Love Live
is so much better than Amanchu.
It doesn't do enough to distinguish itself. Love Live is solid, but it's also just nondescript. It's very average.
I think it has a lot of heart. You're saying it feels plastic, but I think in terms of the way all the characters feel, sure, not a lot of them get a lot of their dynamics in, especially Kanan and Dia, who really feel very much wasted characters at the end, especially compared to Mari, who joined it around the same time. It's not perfect in terms of the character interactions, but I think it's got a lot of heart. I think the girls have a lot of spirit, especially proto-honkers, or neo-honkers, I suppose. Yeah. Her struggles feel real, and I don't know. I thought it was a solid program.
I don't know. Yeah. Love
Spirit.
Live.
I thought it was fun.
All right,
let me didgeridoo.
We're gonna take a big break, and then we're gonna get to the big bread.
Big bread, yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh baby.
And we're back one final time. Funk, if you can sound the ancestral kazoo for us.
So stupid.
It was great. Matt.
Was that the kazoo?
Wait, what? Oh, okay.
Collin teleported right in on time.
Okay.
Matt.
All right.
Amaama to Inazuma.
You did great, Steve.
Thank you.
Sweetness and lightning. Okay.
Oh, he gets to say the English title.
Yeah, he's not the host.
So, yeah, I don't really have a whole lot to say about the show, but it's basically it's a cute little show about a teacher and his daughter who, well, he's a single dad, and he does not really know how to cook super well. He meets one of his students, turns out to be able to. Well, her mom is like a really famous cook, so they all work together to make delicious meals for her daughters because he can't make her good meals. So, and he wants her to have good meals. So it's just the whole show is basically just a cooking show. It's a glorified cooking show
that you didn't confuse with something else like Souma.
Yeah,
It's a different kind of cooking.
yeah. This is
Say the
just
least.
very basic cooking. It's also very comfy and very cute.
What's the word?
I do
We've
want to
been
say
saying it all night.
I do want to say I think I was the only one here who didn't watch the show.
Ooh, you didn't watch it?
I did not watch. I did not get around to it. No.
Oh my god.
My only interest in this show has been a long-running desire to know if the big bread that appears on the poster for the show actually appears in the show itself. And we talked about it on the mid-season podcast a bit, and we told everyone to tune in to the end season to find out whether it appeared or not. So
It
I need a big bread status of appeared or did not appear.
It did not appear.
Oh god,
There
I'm
is
so
no-
disappointed.
There was no big bread.
Was there any bread at all at least?
I want to say yes, but I'm
I
not
wanna
even
say
sure.
yeah.
Do Japanese cook with bread?
I mean, they have sandwiches, just like just like we do, but you know,
They just
bread
put
is not
eel
the
and
centerpiece.
seaweed in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's not just
So-
learning to cook, he's learning to be a single parent.
So-
Somebody claps this guy.
So
No,
I
it was
wanna
it
say-
was a really sweet show though.
It was.
I really enjoyed how the kid really did act like a kid.
For better or worse.
Yes, and she could be a huge brat, which was actually one of the stronger points of the show, I think, and how Dad learned to deal with that. And
I thought that Michelle was pretty good too. You know, like she's a great character.
who's Michelle?
Oh no, wait, her name is Sumugi. My bad. Michelle is the kid from Full House.
Kill yourself.
I am confused.
and that scene, when he's walking home and she realizes, she asks him like, "Mom's not coming back." He's like, "Yeah, she's not coming back," and she's like, "I just wish I had Amaama to Inazuma with."
Oh,
Yeah.
Fuck.
13 weeks.
Fuck.
This is why we have him on.
Fuck.
That was amazing. Oh my god.
Fuck.
Any anime that has that word in it is just gonna get memed on forever. Like
I mean-
Grimgar had it too. We never heard the end of that.
What? Told?
Yeah.
Oh. God damn it.
we said hi to Grimgar, and then we said
Yeah,
bye.
yeah. God.
So
Anyway,
It-
this.
so getting back to Michelle,
Stop.
you know,
Stop.
no,
Stop.
no. I mean, here's the thing. Like,
Can you
he's
tell us
like,
Michelle's catchphrase, Frank?
Is it not
Let's-
how rude?
Yeah, well, yeah. That
How
was it.
rude.
How rude.
I thought
Yeah.
that was Jar Jar's catchprise.
No, that was
No,
weird.
Jar Jar's catchphrase is "We's going home."
That was good.
So,
put the effort.
so I think that your typical anime kid in something like this would probably just, be some kind of like, this cute scene delivery vessel, and without much of a personality. But the show does a really good job at actually letting her feel like a legitimate character. As you guys said, instead of just being like a plot device or just some caricature of a kid. Like you could actually legitimately see, her kind of childish dilemmas. And they're as we put it out in a previous podcast, they're the stupidest fucking things for a kid to get upset with. But like for a kid, shit like that just feels so grounded. Like you have that one scene where like the kid pushes her and she scratches him, and like he apologizes to her, but she's still mad at him, and she's wondering whether or not to forgive him. And it's such a trivial thing for someone like you and me, but like for a kid. Like, she's got this, this kind of image
Frank,
of herself.
that's
like,
a serious thing for me too.
Is it?
Don't overestimate us.
Oh, I apologize sincerely that you have the same emotional depth as Michelle from Full House.
Well, you see, Michelle was played by two actresses, and I similarly have two distinct personalities.
Right.
The nicest guy you'll ever meet, twisted fucking psychopath.
Right, of course.
We're losing it. The
a natural
podcast is
Jekyll and
going
Hyde
on.
situation with Michael Monks here, but it very much reminded me of how fleshed out the child characters in Barakamon are, and I think that
Now, Frank, is that influenced by the fact that they share a voice actress,
Do
Barakamon, in this show? Yeah.
Wait, is it the main kid from Barakamon?
No, it's not the main kid. Hina, the one who cries all the time.
Oh, okay, all right. That
Yeah,
makes
her
sense.
voice actress is Tsumugi.
Wait, when did Frank
Also-
watch Barakamon?
It was
I
a
don't know.
while ago. I remember
it
hearing
might have
about this when he watched it. It was
Yeah.
years ago.
I had no idea
Yeah,
you
it
watched
was-
that
it
show,
was-
Frank.
Yeah,
I'm glad
I
you did
I
though, because it's really good.
No, it was a solid program, but
Stop saying that.
but she like I was saying, she doesn't feel like a caricature. She never comes off as too annoying or too exposition-y or anything like that. Her scenes always feel really well deserved and really fleshed out, which is really great. On the other hand, I wasn't really feeling Kotori's character. That's her name, right? Kotori.
Kotori.
Yeah, Kotori. Yeah. Anyway, I wasn't feeling her development as much, which is a bit of a shame. But
Well, she didn't have like a very pronounced arc.
right, that I think that's my biggest issue with it.
Do you mind if I spoil a little bit of the manga, which I don't
Oh,
know?
here he is, spoilers, man.
I mean, I
Inazuma.
well,
Sorry.
if you want to know what happens there, she actually starts to develop feelings for the teacher,
Real? Oh, that's
Which-
forbidden love.
which doesn't actually go anywhere, but that is something that happens.
Well, I'd be very
Okay.
disappointed in Sensei's character if he went and had relations with.
Yeah,
her.
and that
High
is something.
five.
You guys have no idea what ground you're treading on right now.
What do you mean? What do you mean by this?
Oh god, have you any of you heard of the anime Usagi Drop?
I was just gonna
I've
say that.
heard of it,
Oh,
but I don't know
no.
anything.
It has
Oh,
a
no,
very
Steve.
similar premise to the show, actually, about of a single father who ends up raising a daughter.
Mhm.
Whatever
Let's-
you do not look up how that manga ends.
Oh, I already know.
The anime ends very
See,
differently,
look,
though,
it's-
doesn't it?
But it's a little bit different because it's
Does he make love to his daughter?
yeah.
Eh,
No,
They're not. It's okay. They're not blood related.
it's his
Is that really
daughter.
okay, though?
They're not blood related.
Well, that's the thing, because the whole series paints them as being blood related, and then at the very end it reveals they're not blood related. But he still raised her as her
Right.
daughter for 10 years, and then when she turned
when
16,
he was a kid.
they started going out, and it's watch the anime because it doesn't have that in it. Because the anime is actually fantastic, but knowing how the manga ends is very soul destroying. To go off on a bit of a tangent here, but
So the whole time you're watching, you're just like, they fuck.
I didn't find that out till after. But if you ever do watch that show, which I highly recommend, just try to expunge that from your brain while you watch
Pretend-
it.
Well, you're the one who told it to me.
Pretend that the manga does not exist. That's the
Yeah.
advice everybody
Oh
gives.
my god.
Yeah, it's easy enough to judge the anime on its own because it doesn't have any trace of that.
See, that's like pretending the girl I had sex with wasn't my daughter. I just can't do it.
Yeah.
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 Amaama to Inazuma, everybody.
Thank
Was
you.
that all you guys wanted to say about it?
Well, and I mean, I think we covered a lot of it on the mid-season podcast.
We did. It doesn't seem
Because-
like
we did.
it's a show that's very dense.
A lot of what's to like about the show is just consistent throughout. It doesn't radically change in its second half.
Right.
So if you want our complete thoughts of it, I'd recommend checking there. But it is a show that's worth watching. It is quite good. It's got a lot of heart. It's got a good emotional core. It's not revolutionary, but it is solid and competent. So
Yeah, it's sweet for sure.
and it's lightning for sure.
And it's got the shark song, which is the biggest music.
Yeah,
That's
it's-
Kino. The shark song is just
It's
pure
true.
Kino.
Is it better
Kino.
than the Unlucky Hippopotamus song?
Yes.
Yes.
Better. It's no. Go, Steve.
Watch
go
it.
now. Go watch.
I was
listen.
like on Thursday. I was on a bus for like 10 hours, and the whole time I was thinking, why isn't anyone singing this song?
You should have started it up. But the thing is, the shark song is such a perfect meld of just a good melody, well-written music, with complete cuteness on the animation side. It fires on all cylinders, and it's just amazing.
I knew you were gonna love it when I watched it first. I was like, "Fuck."
Yeah,
What do
you
you think of the
texted me
song?
about it, and I was like, I
Yeah.
don't know what you're talking about. And you're like, you'll see. You'll see. It's so good. I mean, to say that it's my favorite thing about the show sounds like it's selling the show a little bit short, but it's just that great.
It's actually great.
yeah, the show is also great. So
Speaking of another great show, not really. We're gonna talk about this art club has a problem, or as it's better known as Kenobi.
Oh, that's so
is
cool.
is that how it's known?
Listen,
Obi-Wan?
I'm going to be an active participant in this conversation. Don't worry. I'm going to have a lot.
It does say Kenobi in the OP.
It's Honobi.
But I don't have much to say about the show other than like I'll read you the one note that I wrote for it, and it's my job to introduce this. And I only wrote one note. I liked the end of episode 8 where they found the porno magazine from the treasure hunt.
Yeah, that was well set up from a comedic standpoint. The way that as soon as it like flashed to it, it just immediately abruptly cut away to her slamming the thing shut after all the build up. Like the show has little glimmers of competency. Like I can see that the writers somewhat know what they're doing, but most of the time the show is devoid of any kind of humor.
Yeah,
or
it
any-
is. It is a straight comedy. So whether the actual humor works for you is what's going to determine how you feel about the show. And it made me laugh enough to where I gave it a 7, and I can say I enjoyed it for the most part. But I mean, it's not a great anime by any means. It's your typical kind of show that airs every season. There's a show like this that comes and goes. You watch it, and then you forget about it. And that's pretty much this art club has a problem in a nutshell.
Yeah, it's completely unremarkable, for better or for worse. There's just nothing to remember about it. Like, I didn't like it. I'm not going to remember it next season. Steve liked it. He'll probably not remember it next season either. No?
I liked it. I thought it was decent. For some reason, I feel like I should give it a 6, but I give it a 7.
That's
Just
generous.
For whatever reason, I don't know. So whenever it's just weird. Like I enjoyed it, but I feel like I shouldn't have enjoyed it as much as I did. I found it cute and funny.
Is that the definition of a guilty pleasure?
Yes, I suppose so.
It's such a tough pill to swallow to have it set up where attractive girl throws herself at attractive otaku who is then completely unreceptive of her advances, and that is the definition of their relationship. Like that is so stupid for so many reasons that I can't just help but roll my eyes. And it's something we've all seen before. It's not even novel.
Things do kind of develop a little bit over
Yeah,
the course of
you
the
do.
show.
You do actually see them develop a friendship over the course of the show, which was nice and
Right,
appreciated.
like, they get each other's phone number, they start emailing each other, not texting, because this is Japan, mind you.
You dropped it though, right, Fung?
I dropped it at episode 8 or so relatively late. Whatever
Yeah,
one
and
that started with the Chuny girl and the foreign girl looking for the Necronomicon. Not an exaggeration. That was the first scene of the episode, and they were talking about looking for the Necronomicon, and I just closed out the window. I'm like, done, drop. It was saying it out loud. I knew it was ridiculous, but saying it out loud is like, really? Come on.
Not impressed, huh?
No, it was. I was always begrudgingly watching it. Like I watched, 80% of my drive to watch it was just for the OP, which wasn't even great, but it was fine. But the ED, that was fire. But the rest, it was like, it's not bad enough that I'll drop it. It's just something else to watch. But as my list of episodes I fell behind on stacked up, I'm like, do I really want to watch the 3 episodes of Konomi that I have here downloaded? And I'm like, no, hell no, I don't. And like, these 2 idiot characters who I hate are looking for the Necronomicon of all things? Yeah, I'm done. I'm out.
I can't even hold you at fault for this one. Like, I gave you a lot of shit over the course of the season about it, but I mean, it's not remarkable enough that I could ever hold it against you for dropping it.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, it also had these random moments of like really good looking animation.
Yeah, it had a nice art style, which I guess, based on what it's about, it should.
Right.
Like, this is a Feel show. There's somebody at Feel who just has these just suddenly wakes up, like runs into their office when they're making an episode and is like, wait, I have to animate. And he just animates some random scene that's really, really good looking, and then he just leaves and never comes back until like 8 episodes later. Because the same thing happened with there's another Origairu. Because I've seen scenes from that show that have a very similar kind of art style, which is also a show.
Matt, this show was directed by the same guy who directed Origairu Season 2.
Yeah.
At Feel.
Yeah.
And who also directed an anime called Outbreak Company. I don't know if you ever heard of that show.
Really? I was planning on watching that, actually.
Oh, really? Well, yeah, you definitely
too.
should. It's a good. It's better than Konomi.
Wow, that's great. Well, now my hopes are sky high for Outbreak Company. But I just want to point out how much it tickles me that Matt has become Lay's studio man. Like, he's got everyone's number whenever they come up in discussion.
Funny you mention that. Like, today's like the first day of the new fall season, and like the first new show I went up, I don't know this show, so I looked at the studio, and they had like 20 or 25 entries on there. I did not recognize a single one, so I'm like, yeah, I'm probably not going to download this show.
See, Matt's probably well versed in all their work. He's like, oh
Which show
yeah.
was it, Steve? Which studio?
The show was, I think you added it to your list, Matt. Shumatsu no Izeta.
Oh, that's.
Oh, I heard about that.
That's the literally Who studio. Who one of their most popular shows is a yaoi hentai.
Oh,
See, he knows them.
Yeah,
I looked this
looking
up today because I saw that show on Horrible Subs' list, and I was like, "What is this show?" So I saw the studio. And I was like, "Who's this studio?" And I just noticed, literally, their third entry with 26,000 members. Sensitive pornograph.
See, I saw that. I did a double take, and I'm like, maybe that's a legitimate show with a weird title. I didn't click on it to find out whether it was hentai or not.
It's a hentai yaoi.
Oh
You see,
my God.
you don't watch Shonen Maid without gleaning a bit of knowledge from the worst parts of the industry.
I did not actually finish that though.
Amazing.
Great.
I watched 3 episodes of Shonen Maid.
Well, you tried.
I tried.
Which is all that counts.
All right, have we struck down Kenobi now?
I think we have. This Jedi Academy has a problem.
Baby.
Well,
So we have
on
two
fire tonight. Holy shit.
we have 2 power hours to get through here. First is the Funk Watch Sports Anime Power Hour.
Let's hope it's not an actual hour. Let's hope this is
please.
like 5 minutes.
Okay, so
Batter your days, pick your poison.
So I wanted to start with Battery, which, if anybody doesn't know, because I really didn't, a battery in terms of baseball is the team of a pitcher and a catcher who work well together. That is what a battery is. So Battery is predictably about the relationship between a pitcher and a catcher in I'm not sure if it's junior high or high school baseball team. And usually when you think sports anime, you think of, typical, Kuroko no Basket kind of over-the-top sports shenanigans going on, typical sports story, Air Bud-esque. Batteries.
There's no rule that says a dog can't play basketball.
So Battery tries to walk a different path. Very little baseball is played on screen in Battery. It's more about the actual relationship between the pitcher and the catcher for this team. Homoeroticism notwithstanding. So the thing where Battery breaks down is that none of its characters are likable. It tries to have this very character-driven story without having anybody to latch onto, to root for, or to even be invested in. Because I can accept the idea of a non-likable character being the focus of your story, but they have to be interesting. And nobody in Battery is interesting. So the pitcher in Battery is like this prodigy. He's just innately talented. He's not shown to have had any kind of intense training to get where he is. He's just great.
In baseball parlance, we call it an ace function.
Yes, he's an ace. But the thing is that because of his aceness, he's extremely arrogant, and he's just kind of a cunt. So when
You can't say that word.
Oh no, he's just kind of a vagina. So whenever you see this kind of character in really any kind of work, you're like, okay, he's going to learn a lesson, he's going to have an arc, he's going to learn humility. Never happens. From beginning to end, this character is quite stagnant, and he's always obnoxious to both the audience and other characters in the show. He talks back to his parents, his grandfather. Whenever his coach tries to give him wisdom, he's unreceptive. He causes problems for people on his team because his coach is like, okay, you have to cut your hair and adhere to these protocols to join his team. And he's just obstinate about doing his own thing. Never gets any kind of comeuppance. He's just so good that people put up with him. And that's just his arc. But he's the main character. Most of the development is centered on the catcher, who's struggling with he's not very good, but he's good enough to be chosen as the catcher for this prodigious pitcher. And he's struggling with the idea that he can't quite measure up to him. But he's also just kind of unlikable in every sense of the word. Like, not enough attention is put on him where you see his development. You just kind of check in on him through various points of the story, and he kind of comes along, but not really. And the two characters fight all the time, but their relationship doesn't make any progress. So it's just, you have these two characters who you ultimately know not too much about, and you don't want to know more about because you don't like either of them, but there's the focus of the entire story, so you try to latch onto them to little avail. And then later on, towards like the 7th or 8th episode, it introduces this other pair of players from a rival team. I believe one of them's a shortstop, and the other one is some position that doesn't matter, but he's a really good hitter. Thus he's a foil to the pitcher that we've come to know. And their relationship is equally baffling. I would describe it as like a dysfunctional married couple, because they're very close and intimate with one another, but they're always just needling each other and picking out each other's flaws. But again, it's not anything close to interesting. It's just befuddling what we're expected to soak in as the audience. You have all these dysfunctional relationships, and you're just trying to make heads or tails of it all. And it culminates in this baseball game between the two teams that's really more emblematic of a conflict between the pitcher and the catcher from their respective relationships. But it doesn't want to focus on the game itself. Like I said before, little baseball is played on screen. It's more about the characters. But in the final game, the character throws a pitch to the batter, and they just hit it. They swing, but it doesn't show the results of the swing. It doesn't show if they hit it, if they got on base, if they got a home run, if they struck out. It's strange, and that's trying to kind of have its cake and eat it too. It's like, okay, well, the baseball's not the point, and I get that. Like, I don't need to know if he hit the ball to understand the depth of the characters. But at the same time, there's no resolution to their relationship with one another, and maybe the results of the at-bat would be a metaphor for the development of the characters, but you're not shown that either. So you're just left wondering what the hell happened. Why did I watch this show? And Battery is really bad. I gave it a 4. But I can definitely respect what it was trying to do. Like a sports show that didn't have like an underdog coming in, learning the game, showing up the big dogs, and winning the championship. I can respect that they didn't want to go that hackneyed route. But at the same time, the show had very little direction at all, that it's just a missed opportunity in every regard.
It sounds like Battery ran dry.
And the main character's little brother is voiced by the worst actor I've ever heard in an anime. Flat out. He delivers such a poor performance.
Wait, even worse than that redheaded girl from Is the Order a Rabbit?
Ooh.
Is it a tough one?
I think that actually edges it out. But that is good memory on your part. So maybe it's bottom 2. But the point is that the little brother character has enough lines where you're left just staring at the screen like, wow, someone hired this guy. Like, he got paid for this. Just detracted from an already poor product. I just wish that Battery was better, because I would love a show like this. I would love a show that puts the sports aside and, looks into the minds of the characters. That doesn't sound like a lot to ask for, but for anime, that's the world. It's just, Battery is the epitome of disappointment. On the opposite side of that, we have another show, Days, which...
Not to be confused with 91 Days.
Right. Not to be confused with 91 days, 32 days, or any number of days that you could fathom, because there's quite a lot of numbers.
Unspecified days.
Right. So Days is much more prototypical of a sports show. I don't watch a lot of sports shows. I've never seen... like the volleyball show that's very popular.
Haikyuu, yeah. I actually want to watch that, but
or Kuroko no Basket. I've never seen any of these.
I bet you would watch one about curling, though.
I would.
You would probably really like ping pong.
Probably, but the point I want to make is that Days is exactly how I imagine the prototypical sports anime playing out. The main character is a soccer anime. He's never played soccer before. He gets invited to like a scrimmage, just a friendly pickup game. He turns out to like it enough to go out for the team. He sucks. He's horrible. But, his heart and his tenacity and his willingness to practice... Excuse me, I keep burping. Much more than everybody else earns him a spot on the team. He's like a motivator for everybody else despite his low skill. And the plot kicks off from there. Kicks off. Get it? Anyway, so despite being just as cliche as it is, it does it well enough that I'm just very invested in the story. It's got a number of characters who are, again, more or less archetypical. The rookie, the veteran, the know-it-all, the guy who thinks he's better than he is, but he's not. Like, all these sports archetypes that, again, would be an Airbud, of all things. But it ties them together well enough that it's just a more or less compelling tale. They have them like so Days is 2 cores, and they're at the midpoint right now, and they lose like the big game. So I bet you dollars to donuts that at the end of the season they're going to have a rematch with the team that they lost to and end up winning. I can tell you exactly how the whole show's going to go, but it's still really good. Days just takes paint by numbers material and elevates it via, I don't even want to say good writing, because it's not outstanding. It's just enough adrenaline pumping in how it shows these soccer matches. It does a good job of showing the action. So it's much dumber than Battery is or is even trying to be. But it takes less intelligent material and elevates it to where Battery failed to get to. And I really appreciate it for that. I look forward to watching Days every weekend because it airs on Saturday. It's never kept me guessing, but it's always made me excited to watch it. And for a show just about soccer, Like, that's great. Mission fucking accomplished. The one gripe I have with the show is that, like, the sports all-star arrogant character is shown running with his hands in his pockets whenever he goes for a jog. And that is just so irredeemably stupid. Because no matter how good you are, it is not comfortable to jog with your hands in your pockets. That is just retarded.
That is actively, like, working against natural movement.
Exactly.
Running in general.
It's ridiculous.
What a lot of people don't realize is that there's a reason why you move your arms when you walk, let alone run. It actually helps you.
Yeah.
So
They made an entire Seinfeld episode about it.
So yeah, like when you see like the ninjas running with their hands behind their back and all that, that's really just fucking stupid. Especially and don't run with your hands in your pockets either.
You hear that, kids?
Don't run.
Don't run at all.
Don't run at all.
If you're
Just
not
sit
going
on
to
your
spend your
ass,
time
watch
running,
anime.
I would spend your time watching Days. Days is what it lacks in creativity, it makes up for in enjoyment. And if every season there's kind of a show you can be like, okay, I'm going to turn my brain off. I'm not going to expect too much, but I'm going to enjoy myself. And Days is a great example of that. Plus,
Oh my
the
god.
OP
No.
and the ED are both fucking fire. And
Wake up.
I've ranted on this before, but they're amazing. So, when you start your anime with such energy, and you end it with even more energy, you have a great fucking show. It's
How much
not
have you
great,
had to drink,
but
Funk?
it's good.
I'm sorry, Omega.
How much have you had to drink, Funk?
Turn down your headphones.
Enough.
You done?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, everyone calm down. Frank, calm
You good?
up.
You good? Here I am.
It's time to
It's-
talk
okay,
about
it's
that
time
dang old
for-
Ron
it's-
Paul.
It's time for the Dang It Romney Power Hour, sponsored by Frank, not featuring Kenny.
Yeah, Kenny was supposed to be here, and we were supposed to actually discuss this. But I'm glad that we're.
Would you have discussed it with Kenny? I think you would have done a lot of talking, and Kenny would be like, uh-huh, uh-huh.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Uh-huh.
Kenny only gave. Well, here's the thing with Danganronpa 3 that a lot of people are, always asking me. It's like, Frank, why the fuck are there 2 Danganronpa 3 animes?
I think I
And I'm
asked you
like-
like that, like I asked you like 10 times.
Yeah, and it's like, well, technically there are 3 Danganronpa 3 animes now.
Oh my
but,
god.
yeah, well,
And a
'cause the
video
last-
game called V3, which is not related apparently.
It definitely is, and if you believe it's not related, then you are in the year.
You told me it
2016.
wasn't related.
No, the guy says that it's not related. But if anyone seriously believes that it's not actually related, then they are fucking retarded. Like there's just no ifs, ands, or buts
How
about
many
it.
Danganronpa timelines are there?
Well, I mean, there is one cohesive
So wait,
Danganronpa
is
timeline.
Despair Girl still behind it all?
Yes, actually,
Oh my
Kind
god.
of.
What's her name?
it's
Yoshi?
Junko Enoshima. Yeah. So there are 2 Danganronpa 3 animes because in the first in the first one called Mirai Hen, which takes place
Where I means future, by the way.
Yes, it does. Where the first 2 games end.
Fuck you.
Like this is legit like Danganronpa 3 in the timeline. So
No, Frank.
What?
I've seen Danganronpa 1,
Right.
but I haven't seen Danganronpa 2.
Well,
So
they didn't make an anime out of Danganronpa 2.
Oh my
You
god.
can't just go from 1 to 3.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
I know.
great.
They never made an anime out of Danganronpa 2.
Can you tell me what
Oh.
happened in Danganronpa 2?
Yes, gladly. All right, so I was actually going to get into what happened in Danganronpa 1 really briefly. So the premise of Danganronpa 1 is that these 15 kids all attend this really prestigious academy. And this academy is basically meant to cultivate hope, they call it. It's called Hope Speed Academy. And they all have titles that are... it's Chokokokyu in the Japanese, and that roughly translates to super high school level, which is really gibberish. The actual game translates it as ultimate. So if you're in the school, you're basically the top of your field at whatever it is you are. So if you're like the ultimate baseball player, then obviously, like, you're the best baseball player. Like, and they have this for pretty much everyone they have.
So when they die, do they have like field-related deaths at all?
Yes, when
Oh my god!
Yeah, so these 15 kids, they all go to school on their first day, and then they wake up and they are all trapped inside. Like, there's no way out, and they're being
trapped
held
in a
by. Well, they're trapped in a building, but so they're being held hostage by this like teddy bear kind of figure, and it's basically tells them that Monokuma is his
Teddy
name.
Ruxpin.
Wow.
Shut up. So he basically says that the only way out is if one of you kills another one of you, and you're able to do it without getting caught. So when a murder happens, when one of them murders another one, they have a class trial where they all have to deliberate on who the culprit is. And if the culprit is able to get through the trial without getting caught, then they get to leave the school and everyone else gets executed. But if the culprit is found out, then the culprit gets a themed execution that goes with their Shokugeki title, and the process basically repeats until there are none of them left. So, flash forward through a couple of these cases. There are about 5 of them in the game.
How far does the trap make it?
The what? Oh, the trap dies second.
Oh.
Yeah.
Trap was
you
best
watched the anime, didn't you?
I did. I mean, I fucking remember it, Frank.
Yeah, the trap died second. So, it basically turns out at the end that the whole entire thing was orchestrated by Junko Enoshima, who was one of their classmates who actually died first. Yeah, like she died like before the whole entire thing happened. But it turned out that the Junko Enoshima that died was a body double. And
Wasn't
it was her twin sister. Yeah, it was her twin sister pretending to be her the whole entire
Usually, when your twins, you call them twins instead of body doubles.
Well, I mean, she was acting as her body double. Like, normally, she doesn't really look that much like her. She just put on a wig, and so she the sister
her wig with the two-toned hair.
Yeah, the sister was the super high school level soldier, and she herself was the super high school level fashionista. But together, they were their actual titles were super high school level despair, and they basically orchestrated the whole entire thing. And it turned out that they, at some point prior to Danganronpa 1, had been responsible for an event called the worst, most despairing incident in the history of all mankind, which is basically a worldwide apocalypse.
Did CNN name that one?
Yeah, I guess so. They managed to amass all these followers and basically plunge the world into despair and make this killing game that was based off, the remaining Hope's Peak kids. And so Junko gets executed because they find her out, and the kids from 1 go out into the world, and that's how the first game ends. And so the second game has a very similar premise. It's 16 kids this time, and they're all on an island. And they're basically also being held by Monokuma, and they're being forced to participate in a similar killing game. So it turns out, I'm going to rush through this one. It turns out that at the very end of it, the island was actually a simulation that the characters from the first game put you guys through, because everyone in the second game was a super high school level despair.
This is Metal Gear bullshit right here.
Yeah, so everyone in the second game was basically the villains from the first game that were responsible for plunging the world into despair, and they're basically being put through rehab. And the villain of the second game was, at some point, someone had managed to hack the program and put in an AI that was based off of Junko, the despair girl. So that was basically what was responsible for the killing game. So they managed to stop that AI. But the people that died in that game are comatose, because when they die in the game, they go basically brain dead. So the characters, you don't die in real life, you just go kind of comatose. So the whole point is that the people that survive that killing game, they come back. Those are the only ones that are still there, and they're basically trying to work on a way to bring their friends out of the comatose state. So this brings me to Danganronpa 3. There are two Danganronpa 3 enemies. The first arc is Mirai Hen, Future Hen.
Mirai means future.
Yeah. So that revolves around the main characters that survived from the first game. And they're basically being held at the Future Foundation, which is an organization that was made to combat the super high school level despair. They are being held for treason because they took in the despairs and they tried to rehabilitate them without... Like, they went against orders because they were supposed to kill them on sight, but instead they took them in to try and rehabilitate them. So, they're being held for treason. And they have this basically mass Future Foundation meeting to kind of try and decide what to do with them, seeing as though they went against orders. And seeing as though they're all together in one room, obviously it's the perfect setup for another killing game. So it's the final killing game in Future Arc. So the whole thing that makes that interesting in Future Arc is that there is no clash trial system, there's no anything. It's kind of similar to the game Mafia. I don't know if any of you guys have ever played that with anyone, but in Mafia...
Yeah, I played Mafia 2 on the Xbox.
No, not like the video game Mafia. Like there's like a game Mafia that like people play at parties sometimes. Basically, the whole idea of it is everyone goes to sleep, and at one point, one of them wakes up because one of them is the quote unquote Mafia, and the Mafia is basically the killer, and they choose someone to kill. And when everyone wakes up, one of them is dead, and they basically have to try and figure out for themselves who the Mafia is, who the traitor is among them. And if they go through a sleep cycle and they wake up and no one is dead, then they win the game. Another thing that makes it different from the other Danganronpa is that they have these bracelets on. And these bracelets have forbidden actions on them. And if they perform their forbidden action, then they die from the poison in the wristband. So it's kind of like...
But that's a forbidden action.
So Frank,
Yeah.
does it cost more money to make a game or an anime?
I would think it would actually cost more to make an anime. And
it depends on the game.
Yeah, because it's a visual.
It's a Vita game, so it's probably not that expensive.
It's a visual novel too. It's not even like there's like actual gameplay.
Yeah, the game would be cheaper then.
Right, but I don't know why they made the decision to make this into an anime, because this is the continuation of the games, the first two games. There's also a Vita game that takes place in between them, which it revolves around the main character from the first game's little sister, as she goes around with one of the survivors from the first game in the apocalyptic world. So that more or less turns out to be kind of pointless. It's just this kind of one-off spin-off thing. And you think that it's relevant because one of the characters from it comes back in Future Arc, but she's ultimately kind of inconsequential. It's a little boring. So, most of the characters in Future Arc are anime original characters because they're all members of the Future Foundation and they were never in the original game. So as a result, you're not really as attached to them, which leads to this kind of disconnect because you're pulling very hard for the characters that you related to in the game, but obviously with an only 12-episode anime, you really don't have the time to kind of get attached to most of them. It pushes some of them over some other ones, but overall, it's a lot weaker of an experience because you don't really know most of these characters, so you don't really have much of a reason to root for them other than, you think their design is good or something like that. There's fairly weak characterization in Future Arc. It's kind of an engaging mystery on its own up until the very end because they pull some serious bullshit with it. It's a real issue. They pull some fake outs where you think that one of the characters from the first game is dead, and then the next one it turns out that they were still alive, and the attacker only faked their death. Like she's stabbed with this fake knife and she has ketchup on her, and it's like, oh, she was okay the whole time, but between leaks you're like, oh shit, she's actually dead. So it's kind of bullshit. On the other hand, you have Zetsubohen, which is Despair Arc, and Despair Arc is a prequel which follows the main characters from the second game before they went into despair. So it's the story of, it's advertised as the story of how they ended up falling into despair. They met up with Junko, and Junko somehow pushed them into becoming her underlings, and they committed the tragedy or whatever it is, the worst, most despairing incident of all time, and it's that story. So the way the anime works is Mirai Hen airs on Mondays and Zetsubo Hen airs on Thursdays, and you have to watch them, Mirai 1, Zetsubo 1, Mirai 2, Zetsubo 2, because the episodes kind of tie into each other, kind of like a double helix kind of format. So it's kind of interesting the way they did that, where the future parts tie into the past parts, and there are characters that appear in Zetsubo Hen that are later become relevant in Mirai Hen, and vice versa. there are some really important anime-only characters that appear in Mirai Hen that turn out to be really relevant in Zetsubo Hen, and they, they kind of interact that way. So the way they structured that, I think, is very original and very unique, and I imagine it must have been really crazy to kind of plan it out. It's definitely an interesting way of telling the story overall, because while the two animes sort of stand alone, they're meant to be watched as a pair. And, things that would seemingly come out of nowhere in one anime, you would watch the next episode of the other anime and you'd be like, oh, okay, this is where this is relevant. Or, something happens in Zetsubo Hen and you're like, oh shit, that's going to pop up in Mirai Hen somewhere, somehow. And sure enough, it doesn't. It's kind of cool the way they do that.
Did Kenny watch both of them or only one?
Kenny watched both of them.
Okay, but did he watch it in the order that you were talking about?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. I thought you were mad about him earlier in the season.
Originally, he didn't. Originally, he was only watching Mirai, and I was like, dude, you gotta watch Zetsubo too. So, sure enough, he did.
Gotta educate that fool.
And Zetsubo, it addressed things that happened in the second game, but it glossed over them really quickly. It gave you the bare minimum of what you needed to, kind of get it. But overall, it assumes that you played the second game, and a lot of the character dynamics kind of rely on the fact that you've played the game and you're familiar with all these characters. Because unlike in Mirai Hen, everyone in Zetsubo Hen, aside from their teacher, who is a principal character in Mirai Hen, she dies first. She kind of brings everyone together. But everyone other than that, you've met already, including Junko, who is the main villain, more or less. She basically steals the show in every scene she's in. She's charismatic. She's funny. She basically steals the show. Her and her sister together.
Okay, wait. I have to stop you right now.
Yeah.
Okay. No. Okay. She and her sister. Now keep going.
I'm sorry.
Collin, it's too late in the night for grammar.
No, yeah, no, but you know what I meant.
No, he didn't. That's why he stopped you.
Oh no, but they're actually great. The show, they don't come in until around episode 5 or so, and Despair is honestly a real slog until they come along. But she saves it pretty much single-handedly when she gets introduced, because whenever she's on the screen, you really never know what the fuck she's gonna do next. At one point,
asking where she is.
At one point, she's fucking just kind of moving in and settling in, and then another scene, she kidnapped an executive, and she's feeding him curry, and then she gouges his eye out with a spoon, later to use it to get into a secret part of the building that requires a retinal scan, and it's fucking crazy seeing her do all this shit. And, she's planning all these killing games. She kills all the students' council and makes them do, the very first killing game. And she's like, oh, man, something's missing here. And then that kind of leads into her making the game that, everyone in the first game went through. There's a novel, Danganronpa 0, that gets a little more into prequel territory. And unfortunately, a lot of the shit in that gets glossed over in the anime, which is a real shame because I was really looking forward to seeing some shit in that animated. But overall, I didn't think Zetsubo Hen was that bad. A lot of people seem to really hate on it. I think that it's got a lot of pacing issues, and it struggles a lot on its characterization, and sometimes it really stumbles. But there's a lot of potential to be had with it. And definitely the same can be said for Mirai Hen, because with Mirai Hen, a lot of these new characters, you don't find yourself liking them very much, just by virtue of the fact that the characters that were in the first game, and you're pulling for them. And the characters that are just anime original, it's it wants you to care about them, but it doesn't really do a very good job at fleshing most of them out. Some of them are exceptions. Some of them are the ones that it really does a good job at focusing on. It tries its hardest, and it does a pretty decent job. But the twist at the end is fucking bullshit. It's actually nonsense, and it's actually the biggest fucking cop out. I was actually really upset about it. And then the two animes tie together at the end in something called Kibo Hen, which is Hope Hen. And it's basically the true ending of it, where both arcs kind of tied together. And in that ending, spoilers, everyone who was comatose from the second game manages to come back, and they end up saving the day. and they basically pull a Dark Knight kind of situation where they take responsibility for the whole entire thing and then ride off into the night, which I thought was a pretty big cop out of an ending. And I didn't think that it ended in a way that was satisfactory, but I mean, I don't know. It's just so sad because some of the characters, you're really thinking that they could, it would be really interesting if they pulled certain twists with them. Like I was expecting the teacher, like I said before, she was a principal character.
Wait,
at some
the
point,
teacher was the principal?
No. Did I say that? Did I say that? No, or did I say she was a principal character? Oh my god, it's so late at night that I'm not even keeping track of what I'm saying here. I'm sorry. Anyway, she gets taken in by Junko, and Junko kind of mind hacks her and makes her into a despair. Spoilers. And so, you're waiting now with this twist that she's a despair. You're waiting for her to do something really crazy. You're waiting for her to, do something that ultimately really affects things that are happening in Mirai, because you know that she's there and you're expecting to be like, oh man, like, maybe she set up the killing game here. Wouldn't that be crazy if this character that, brought everyone together and, she's basically been like their pillar of optimism, more or less. Wouldn't it be crazy if she was a despair and she was responsible for the whole thing and she died first? So it's like, oh man. And then it turns out that she did pretty much absolutely nothing at all and she was really consequential to everything. And it's like, fucking stupid. Like, I don't know. It's got a lot of potential and it kind of blunders and like it's, I don't know. There are a lot of cop outs that it pulls at the end and it's really frustrating. But, when you think about it, you really should have seen it coming because the guy that wrote the games didn't write the anime, because the guy that wrote the games is writing V3, which is the third game coming out, which is supposedly unrelated in another timeline or some shit, but I think that's absolute bullshit. Like, I think he's just pulling us on the fucking roosters. But it's frustrating because this is the ending to the story from the first two games, supposedly. So you want it to go off on a high note, or at least a note that feels fitting with the series, and it gets a huge cop-out ending. It's like, it tries really hard to be really fan servicey with all the characters from the second game that either you love them or you hate them, but they're back. And like it I don't know, it doesn't feel like a well-deserved moment, and it feels like it's a saccharine ending for the sake of being saccharine, and you can't help but wonder, like, there's so much more they could have done here. If you're a fan of the first two games, then you're probably gonna end up finding something to love here. The ideas are really solid, and the mystery feels really fluid, and there's a lot to like here, but overall it just falls flat in way too many regards. So I don't know, it was a fun ride, but I'm leaving this pretty disappointed. And that's about it. Sorry.
Thank you for the Danganronpa history lesson.
No, I feel bad that I was basically just talking to myself here.
You said so many words.
Frank, you did a good job.
Do you guys have anything you want to add to that, or like ask me about?
I know nothing about Danganronpa.
Well, yeah, I know, but
I just want to say the trap was the best.
Yeah, he was a good character, honestly. He was, his whole arc was that, he wanted to become stronger. He was a guy that was basically bullied into pretending to be a girl.
Yeah, I know.
No, I know. I'm talking for the other people here who don't know who you're talking about.
All I know is
all you had to say was trap. That's
better.
What happened? Oh my fucking. Anyway, so that's the Danganronpa Power Hour. It could have been much better than it was. I thought it was week to week it was really cool, but like it has so many pacing issues. There's so much shit that could have been condensed, and there's so much shit that could have been expanded on. And it's like there are episodes of Zetsubo that just feel like they really have no place in being there, which is such a shame because there are events from the second game that they really could have expanded on. Like there's a murder case that happened in the second game, which is a really great opportunity for character developments for one of the characters, because the victim in that case is one of the characters' sister. So it's like, holy shit, this character's sister died, and you would think that it would use that to establish, more of a character arc for this guy whose sister literally just died, and we don't get to see his reaction to it at all. It's fucking frustrating, and it's something that you would hope that they would establish, but they just don't. And I mean, I don't know. I kind of want to just like talk about it to myself more, just for the sake of like, getting all my own thoughts out. but I don't want to fucking bog you guys down with it, and I also don't want
You
to
can have a powwow with Kenny someday.
Yeah, well, Kenny's not going to fucking contribute to that conversation. I mean, I love Kenny, but, you know, it's
At
like
least he'll know what you're talking about.
Willie, I mean, I know you guys have no idea what I'm talking about, but like, you guys can like probe me for more information or something. This can be like
We'll probe you after the
it can be like a
podcast.
fucking Phoenix Wright thing, where you can just press me and you can be like, hold it, and like, Speaking of Phoenix Wright,
No.
Okay, we're not
No.
gonna get talk about
No,
Phoenix
no,
Wright.
no.
Anyways, this is the end of the podcast. Before we go, we have a special jam with the band session here. So get out your didgeridoos, kazoos, and train whistles.
it's ready.
Let's all have a jamboree.
All
Let's
right.
go.
Count us in.
Are there scuttlebugs involved?
We did it. Good night, everyone.
Say goodbye, everyone.
All right.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Help.
Hate to interrupt your picnic, but we got big bread problems.